Okay, greetings, Devans. I am just checking my sound. Can you tell me if I am audible? Greetings, everyone. This I'm doing right now on YouTube as well as Facebook. So I'm just checking out how the sound is. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Nilakanti ji, thank you so much. Thank you. I'll just switch on to the live mode. There we go. Greetings, everyone. So I'm actually live here on Facebook also, I guess. Yes, I am. Okay, greetings. Well, thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your feedback. So I'm glad I'm audible here. Greetings here on Facebook also. I'm expecting more crowd here on the YouTube only because this is where we do the regular YouTube stuff. So those who find it convenient here on the Facebook also can be here. So today we are here with a very great high scripture, uh, which we call as Devi Kalottara. So this is something that I've always wanted to do, and I was very glad in my last Tirunamalai trip. I came across this. I would rather say the Lord Arunachala introduced me to this sacred scripture, which is I was awed to see this. Every time I go there to Tirunamalai, something or the other, everything new just unwinds, and it's so beautiful there. Greetings to you here also on Facebook also. All those who are joining on Facebook, all those who are on YouTube. I deliberately have kept this open to public because it's a very beautiful um, script that I actually wanted to introduce. I just want to say I am no one actually to even speak on this kind of a scripture because it's such a sacred and high scripture. So I don't know even if I have the eligibility to talk about it, but somehow I had this deep intense desire that this should be introduced to you, especially to all the intense earnest seekers of self-realization or liberation, or those who are moving very high in their spiritual evolution, and those who are aimed on the source. Nothing else they are bothered about. They want to know themselves, they want to know the source. So this is I'm one of that, like that only, like you. So due to that kind of an earnest desire or that kind of an intense seeking or longing only, I believe such kind of things do come to us, and that is how I got introduced to even Arunachala is the place of liberation. The promises of Arunachala hill is that even the even one who looks at the hill has a darshan, has a one-to-one darshan of the hill, shall attain mumuksha, not mumuksha, moksha itself in this lifetime. And it's also said that not just the direct looking darshan of the hill, holy hill, but even in your mind, if you even if you have not visited it, and even if you have a picture of that and you imagine and you focus your attention on Arunachala, you get to be deserving or worthy enough for the liberation process. That's the promises that the scriptures and hymns on Arunachala, including the mentions in Skanda Purana. Arunachala is mentioned in that. Why Arunachala is given so much of weightage is because that is the first ever gross manifestation of the supreme consciousness that we call as Shiva. So the first ever, after the creation, you can say the first ever gross form of that light of Paratpar Shiva, was Arunachala itself. That was a pillar of light that appeared first on this planet Earth. That is why it is given so much of importance. That is why it is said Kailasa might be the abode of Shiva, but Arunachaleshwara is Shiva himself. So you can say he is that form only, converted form today in the form of hill. Previously in other yugas was in different formats, which I have always told. First in the form of light in Satyuga, and then Dwapar Yuga turned into emeralds, and then the Treta Yuga, the same converted into gold, the hill of gold, and as Kali Yuga approached, then gold converted into mud and stones. So it's not just stone and mud, it's actually the Shiva Tattva, that is Jagrit. So I can vouch on that because my experience is the kind of connection that I have with Arunachala, and my own transformation that I've seen, the evolution of consciousness that I've seen in just these 2 years, has been very immense. And from that I can gauge, and with conviction I can say this is a happening place. There is something here. I couldn't explain what is that something when I used to get called there or spend so much of time. Then slowly, once in a year I used to be there, then slowly it became twice in a year, then slowly it turned like, every quarterly I was going there, and then it became monthly. For the past, I think 6 months, I've been there every month, 6 to 7 months, and sometimes I've even somehow been twice a month. So I don't know, it's very mysterious place. It's a very mysterious place. It pulls you like anything. There's something very mysterious there. And what is that something? If you just sit and contemplate, when all these scriptures started coming with the grace of that ashram, Ramana ashram there, all the scriptures, because holy Ramana Maharishiji was one of the main instrument of introducing Arunachaleshwara to the world, Arunachala to the world. I believe, that's my perception, that because he himself used to say, Ramana used to say, I don't know what pulled me there. Because everybody used to ask him, you never were a person who went to any place. You never seeked anything because you were always a person of the self. But in your life history, we see one seeking that you had. You were somewhere in that area, Madurai. And from there, you came by walk to Tiruvannamalai. So that is an intense seeking, and that's the karmakand itself in one way. So how did that happen? So he says, I don't know. Something pulled me there. I have no idea of how I ended up there. Something pulled me there. Because there were other instances when people asked him, your mother is there. You are with your mother. And how can you leave her behind and just walk like that? There also he said, I don't know. Some power pulled me. I don't know what was that. So I can perceive from my understanding that this was a divine will, a divine kind of a plan. I believe he was one of the major instrument of the Lord himself, of the cosmic plan itself, where he was deliberately brought to that place. And due to Ramana Ashram or due to Ramana Maharshi, Arunachala came known. Actually, it should be other ways. If you see, the Lord becomes known, you cannot say. Due to the Lord, somebody becomes known. But here, I can see it's vice versa. Who will know anything of the glory of a hill? Unless a person like him comes there, settles down. His whole life is spent there. From the age of 16 till he left his body in old age, he spent there. And today, that place is is filled, brimming with of people of very high consciousness. I mean, people who are got to do nothing with anything else but just liberation. Those who are just interested in their self-realization are attracted and pulled there. And it's a surprise to see from all corners of the world, people ended up in Tiruvannamalai seeking Bhagwan Ramana, and then they got introduced to Tiruvannamalai and Arunachala. And after even Ramana left his body, people began coming there returning to that place, Ramana ashram, being on the hill, spending time on the hill. So you can see how the cosmic play is unwinding all these things, how the instrumentations happened and how people get introduced to that place called Tiruvannamalai. Today there are so many people who speak about Tiruvannamalai, who conduct events and programs, and this is like one of those, because I've been speaking continuously on that place there. These are all some kind of a designed, kind of a planned activity from there, where people are getting connected and then they go there and they are called. So it is said that it's the grace, because Bhagwan used to be asked, how is this possible? What happens and how does one come here, or one even have an intense desire for liberation or intense desire for the highest truth? How does that happen? So he says, only by the grace of God can you even think of God. So what he means to say is, even that intense longing or desire for moksha or liberation or realization of the self, or to know the self, or to know who am I genuinely, that itself, he says, cannot happen without the grace of the Supreme. He says only when the grace bestows, only one gets such an interest or desire from within. Instruments might be anybody, but the desires to be created, longing to go within or go to that place which can take you within, like Tiruvannamalai, all that happens only due to the intense grace of the Lord himself. So today we are just talking about the Lord himself. Now, who is this Lord? Lord, a person whom we all know as the mighty Lord Shiva. Shiva is known as the supreme creator, destroyer, sustainer. Of course, there are three different branches there, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. But it's more than that. All these things, these divisions, the creator, sustainer and destroyer, all this happens on different levels of evolution. It comes down into duality. There cannot be two, there cannot be three. All this happens only after the duality comes into place. So you can say that Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh is just the start point of the duality, if you want to take it in that way. So it begins from there. And then all that we know, all the sadhanas, all the scriptures that came, everything comes from that source. Once it distributes from there, everything starts distributing, you see. But what we are talking is one step ahead, before that, beyond that division, beyond that duality. We are talking about non-duality. I am talking about that. All the scriptures that we are referring here is about non-dual stuff. All that Bhagwan Ramana talked about was dual, beyond that. That is why you can see he never talked about gods and goddesses any much. He talked it only to people who asked him that kind of question. But he was always seated beyond the gods, beyond the divisions. Where there is oneness, non-dual space. It's all about just the consciousness. It is the formlessness. Nirguna Nirakara. No form, no gunas. That state is where Ramana reverberates all the truths on. You ask him any kind of questions, you read any of his scriptures, he will go straight to the source. He will not beat around the bush, he will not take anywhere. He'll straight go there. And that was his habit of inducing this very strongly into the people who came to him, that you are that, stick on to that. So he generated this practice called self-inquiry. Who am I? The process of beginning straight to the question, the answer. If you know the answer, you are in the destination. It's like that. Who am I? So it's like, you don't have to beat around the bush to find who you are. Do this, do that, undo this, undo that. No doing any sort. Even undoing is doership. So he used to only talk about giving up everything. All the doership to be given up. And returning just to your original natural state that you are. He says, when you return to your original state, that is a being. When you start practicing that, because you are that. It is very easy to slip into that, he says, because you are that. You are just a being. You are not a doer. Doer and all comes after ego consciousness, after the duality, all that creates, The doership comes after that, because once you get a personality, once you get an identity, I am Jake. The moment I say I am J, it's separated from the who am I real, who really I am. I am pure awareness. He constantly say, what is awareness? When people ask him, what is this awareness? He says, existence, consciousness, bliss. This is the definition of awareness. What is existence? What is consciousness? What is bliss? Existence means Sat, the being that you are, the witnesser only, without no other quality, just the witnesser. That is Sat Purush, Sat. Sat means truth, the existence, the reality. So that he calls as existence. And how this Sat experiences the existence or the being or has any kind of experience, because till now he is just the witnesser, but there is no experience. To experience something, it needs energy, that is consciousness. So the Nirguna Nirakara Shiva is actually the Sat, only the witnesser, not engaged in anything, not doer, no creations, no destruct, nothing. It's just there, the pure consciousness. That is Sat. That is the original source, that is the Shiva, the formless, Nirguna Nirakara Shiva, which we call as Paratpar Shiva, Sada Shiva. Sada means eternal Shiva. There's no end to it, no beginning, no end. It was always there, but just as a witnesser. The Shiva that we know is somebody who does an activity, the one who destroys, the one who does this, the one who opens the third eye, the one who is in meditation. That's a form. So that's something that's below what we are actually talking. This is the formless. Before even the form came, what is originally the source? That is what we are talking about. So that is this Sat, Nirguna, Nirakara. And the consciousness that is around that Sat, through which this Sat, this Shiva is experiencing the whole cosmos. This consciousness is what we call as Shakti, Chit. The Sat is experiencing through the Chit. And when the Sat is experiencing through the Chitta, that means both are one, both are together, they cannot be separate. We are just separated it just for matter of discussion, but it is not separate. It is always together. The Sat is always with this energy. So that is why it is called Sat, Chit. When it is together and this prakriya, this process is happening of experiencing. What is the experience? Bliss, pure bliss. That is Ananda. Sat, Chit, Ananda. So that Paratpar Shiva, that formless Shiva, which is pure consciousness. You call that Shiva, you call it in any language, anything. It doesn't matter. Our Vedic text use this term called Shiva to explain that formlessness or form, whatever. It took a word, it's just a terminology. But if you take out the terminology, only the consciousness is there, energy. That same is being referred to as God in Christianity. That same is being referred to as Yahuwah in Judaism. That same formless Nirakara is referred to as Allah in Islam. That same Nirakara, Nirguna, Shiva is referred as Shiva in Hinduism. That is why we say at that level of Sat, Chit, Ananda, what happens? There is no divisions at all. Complete non-duality. There you cannot say even a word cannot be used there. Even if you say, for example, Sat, even if you say consciousness, it is still a word. But for the sake of discussion, something is needed for we are using. Actually, it is not even that. I hope you're getting what we are trying to say. So at that level where it doesn't even have a word of definition, where is the question of all these divisions and religions and all that? It doesn't exist. It comes only after duality. After the dual state, it comes and it starts dividing itself, and then automatically. And even if it has divided into so many religions and so many paths and so many different, they all look diversified. But tell me, Where is all this coming from? Sat. And created by the Chit consciousness, Shakti. Shakti created the Prakriti, the cosmos, everything. That means Shakti created Islam, Shakti created Judaism, Shakti created Jewism, Jews, Shakti created Christianity, Shakti created Islam, Shakti created Sikhism, Shakti created Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, any isms and it is. It is all created from that Sat. Where is the question of diversity? That is why the one who has the one who has realized, or the one who is the seeker of this ultimate truth, will never be interested in any kind of diversities, will never fall into all those talks of separations and diversities, because if you fall into that kind of a diversity, then you are not the seeker of that ultimatum, because you have not understood the concept of how this is all one binding from the oneness. Are you getting it? There is no even terminology. Forget communities, paths, and diversities. There is no even terminology. Just for the sake of explanation, we are using this terminology here. Otherwise, that also does not exist. So, if you are just aware of this truth, we are reaching somewhere close, because all these discussions cannot go to that extent unless you don't realize this kind of a truth, that everything is a product of that supreme consciousness. Everything is coming from there. So it is very easy to say, oh, sabka malik ek hai, it's all coming from it. But when you say sabka malik ek, what comes to your mind? Just think and see. When we say sabka malik ek hai, who might come to your mind? You might have Shirdi Sai Baba, or you might have a Shiva's form, or you might have some Hindu form, or some form. Is that the truth? It's not. Malik means this Satpurusha, which has no form, Nirguna, Nirakara. Once you understand this concept, it's very too easy to get into non-dualistic aspect. It is very easy to reach yourself also, because your self is in that mode of non-duality. There is no explanation for this self. Now, whatever, if you were with me, whatever I explained about Sat, Chit, Ananda, if you are that, you, me, and all of us are sparks of that Sat which was created by the Chitta. When the cosmos came into existence, where did we all come from? All you, me, and everyone. We are just part of that Sat. So, technically speaking, you and me are that Sat Purusha only. But the moment we split out from that true truth, that eternal consciousness, the splitting of it itself was duality. The duality began, diversity began from there. And from there, creation took its own loop. Like that creator, supreme creator, could create just by one thought vibration that I want to experience experience myself enough. The whole Srishti just unwinded in a Big Bang theory. See, even science talks about Big Bang. This is that Big Bang that happened. From where did the Big Bang happen? Science also says it was darkness, nothingness, and just exploded and the world was created, they say. Very true to what they are saying. That is what even Islam talks about. That's what the first chapter of Genesis Bible also talks about. There was nothing and then there was light. Vedas talk about the same. So you can see technically we are all talking about the same truth, how the world came into existence. And when it came into existence, if the Supreme Creator's, the Supreme Father, the Supreme Creator's quality is that it can create, like what it already created, this Shrishti, we also, as sparks of that, have that potential, because we are the bija of that only, spark of that divine flame, divine fire. What we will have, we have to have the same DNA, the quality. That is why we are called, you are the creator of your own destiny. You can create what you want. Same Shiva Tattva only. Just at that being created, this Srishti, you, me, and everyone are creating our own Srishti. You have a life of your own, an imagination, a world of your own. you create, the desires begin. See, you and me are here because of that one desire of the Supreme, just to experience itself. So it's all desires only. Individual, all of us also are creators of this. Through desires only you can create. And what happens when every individual starts creating their life one by one desire after I need to have this kind of a life, I need to have that, I need to have this, and it keeps multiplying. Desires create more desires, desires create more desires. All is manifested, all comes under the creation. So everybody has their own srishti. If you see, everybody is a Shiva, and everybody has their own world in which they all live. Just think for a moment in awareness and see, you are living in your own world. I am living in my own world. My world is different, your world is different. What is your world? What is its existence? It's illusion, because this whole thing is called as illusion. It just unwinds itself and it can just pull back itself. That is what is called as pralay. It's just a desire. I want to experience. Experience, and that Sat is experiencing through the Chit everything, all that is happening. And the moment it wishes to unwind, everything is pulled back, and it's called pralay. It's all destruction, gone. The next, it's like a breath, you can say. See how identical it is. One breath out, one breath in, all inside, another breath out. So you can see this is the breath of that Sat. In another word, you can say the creation and dissolution. And we are all doing the same thing. You can see how the microcosm and the macrocosm, it's all created as a replica, mirror of that whole cosmic drama. So that is why it is called illusion. It's not true, because it just comes out from that and it all disappears into that nothingness. It just disappears into nothingness. So from the nothingness, all this is created as illusory stuff, temporary stuff. That is why it is called anitya. Anything that is temporary is called anitya. So if you see technically, if you understand all the scriptures, it is said that there is only one thing that is nitya, shashvat, eternal, without a beginning, without an end. That is the Sat. Rest all is anitya, because it creates and it dissolves. That is why Bhagwan Ramana also, when any experience was told to him, he used to discard it. Great enlightened beings who went to him, who literally used to physically even have Krishna's darshan, and they used to play. All these many mystics have had this. Literally in physical form, the Devi talks to people. In the physical form, Krishna is actually playing physically. In their reality, it has happened. There are such mighty beings where the form gets manifested itself because of their intense devotion, or whatever you call it, sacredness, and they have an experience. So when somebody like this Punjiji from Lucknow had gone to see Bhagwan Ramana, and Ramana asked who is he, and he just said, I am so and so, and I have this kind of an experience, because that is something to be very prideful about, that Krishna plays with me. Ramana was not impressed, though he knew it was the truth. He is not lying, he knew it. But he just said, do you see him now? Punjiji thought for a while and he said, no, I don't see him now. Bhagwan Ramana just told him, anything that disappears and anything that appears, these are opposites, don't exist. Because anything that appears has to disappear. Anything that disappears can appear. Duality, properties. But anything that appears has to disappear. If it is coming into this dual property, then it is anitya. It is not shashvat. It is temporary. And anything that is anitya and temporary is not real. He said only one thing: catch that which is real. This is what I meant by Bhagwan only did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point, straight to the source. That is what we are today talking about. I gave this description because I know not everybody might have attended my live sessions in the past, but we have been talking regularly about this. So they know, others might not know. So I just gave an introduction of what we are talking. We are just talking about the source. We are not bothered about anything else. And you'll see in the scripture, Shiva himself says all about the source, and he is also not bothered about anything. He is asking the mumukshus to not be bothered about anything but to stick on to the source, just what Ramana used to speak. No wonder he was called as an avatar of Dakshinamurti, the Guru of Gurus, silent Guru. And Dakshinamurti, Lord Dakshinamurti, is the Sukshma form of Shiva himself, who conveys the messages in silence. What we are doing here is talking and listening. We are using 5 panchindriyas. I am using one of my indriya, you are using another indriya. This is a lower level of understanding the exchange communication, but there are higher levels of communication where it goes to even Paravani. So the gross speech is another. It has no power. Whatever we are talking has a certain power depending on the consciousness, level of consciousness, but it is not as superior as the one that is coming from Paravani. Paravani means without the mind. Right now I am using the mind, you are using the mind to understand even this concept. But the one who speaks in Paravani, there is still speech, okay? There is still speech. But there is no mind involved. So all the great mystics like Avduts, when they speak something, or Siddhas, when they speak something, it becomes true. Why does it become true? Because the mind is not involved. The moment mind is involved, its power reduces. That is why speech is known as most gross. Madhyama. Madhyama, the speech is. I am not even talking about Paravani. The Siddhas, what they speak, or Avdut, they speak, that is Pashyanti. Without the mind. Paravani means even the mind is not involved and there is no speech also. That is the extreme. That is Lord Dakshinamurti. That is even Bhagwan Ramana. He used to just sit silent. People used to come and sit next to him for hours, 1 hour, 2 hours, get up and go. Fulfilled. Nobody knew what is that all about. The power of silence. Wisdom was transferred through silence. That's what happens with Mahatmas. That is why it is said that when you are in the vicinity of your guru who is established in that one, or an avadut or a mistake, or somebody who's established, who's connected all the time, who is in that bliss, who's in that samadhi, connected. If you sit around that person, you need not talk. You just be silently connected to that person and the transfer will happen. Transfer of energy, consciousness, wisdom, all will happen. And I speak this from my personal experiences, because whenever I used to sit with my guru, I used to be always silent. We used to only talk about the work. But when there was no work, it was just silence. He used to be in his silence. He is communicating with on one level, and I am connected with him on silence. And I have seen mystical things happening there. All the energy transfer, all the consciousness transfer, all the wisdom that comes, it comes through this. So I don't owe my wisdom to anything. There is no ownership of my wisdom. Whatever I speak to, it has come through those kind of consciousnesses. And even the guru does not hold himself as the owner of that wisdom. It is coming from his guru. That's the beautiful link of the lineage that happens. And all this happens in Paravani. No talk, no listening. Non-dual state. Because there is no speaker, there is no listener. When there is a speaker and there is a listener, it's a dual state. Cross form. The power reduces. But when both merge and there is no listener, there is no speaker. When I am the book, I am the reader. In that state, Paravani happens. Paravani, the fine, it's like, all the rishis used to tap into that Paravani and then they downloaded all that. About Durga Shapsati or the Vedas or anything that came out of that supreme consciousness, all the sacred scriptures came from where? Paravani. No talks, nothing. No sounds also, nothing. It is just a perception that they had. So, one step down to that is Pashyanti, where great mystics like Siddhas and all use powers. It's a Siddhi, where their mind is not involved. They have no mind. Gyanis have no mind. They are just uttering whatever comes through their mouth without any logic, analysis. Analytical mind is all a cunning mind. It keeps calculating a lot of things. Logic mind. There is no logic here. What comes, they just speak. That person has his Vak Siddhi, because that is coming from Pashyanti. You must have heard of great mystics like Bhagwan Nityananda and all that in Ganesh Puri and all. When they are moving around and they gave leaf to someone and they healed. You take this leaf and you'll get healed. And they ate leaf, healed. Weird things, avdutas. They might even give cow dung and say, eat this. Or a dead crow, drink the blood of this. Healed. Now, those elements don't do it. It is this Pashyanti, the power that has, because the mind is not involved. How can the mind not be involved? Somebody asked me today. How is that possible? It is because these kind of functions are done through the mind, not by the mind. There's a difference. We do by the mind. But this through the avduts happened through the mind. It's just like a filter that comes like a tool. Mind is just a tool. It is used for that. Just conveying, it's a tool. But it is not generated in the mind. Are you seeing it? That becomes Pashyanti. Why am I telling this? All this is related to this. Because what we are talking here, Shiva is talking to Parvati. Who is Shiva and Parvati? Isn't that dual state? How can it be the highest scripture when it's a dual state? Dually, it has been enacted in that way, produced in that way, so that it can be understood that Shiva is talking to Parvati, the consort. Who is Shiva? Sat. Who is Shakti? Parvati. Chit. They are always together. It is just a transfer that is happening from that being to that through the consciousness. That wisdom that happens, the same wisdom that we get, that the great rishis tapped into. Paravani became one with it. It just was in their consciousness. So here Shiva and Parvati means just that. When the consciousness is already together, Paravani is constantly happening there. It doesn't need one episode. This is not an episode where it just happened in some time, because this is beyond Kala. Okay, please understand this. You cannot say that the document that we are talking about, Kalottara, Devi Kalottara, and this incident of Shiva giving 85 verses to the mother or to Devi, the consort, it was not an event that was recorded in history. Normally we put it that way, because whenever it happened somewhere, no, it is happening even right now. Because this is beyond Kala. That is why Kalottara. Kalottara means Uttara means beyond. Kala means time and space. So this scripture itself is called as Devi Kalottara. So it said anything you connect with Devi Kalottara and you will get the answer. So it is not a being. It is this symbolic representation. Devi Kalottara means this Shakti only, this Chitta. And this Chitta, this consciousness is through which we were all made. So we are that consciousness. The Sat and Chit is there. The witnesser is within me also, within you also. That witnesser is the Sat Purusha, which you and me call as soul or self. Are you getting that clear? The same self, which is nothing other than Paratpar Shiva himself. That is why it's called Atman is not different from Paramatman. This Atman, this Atma is not different from the Paramatma. It's the same. Paramatma Tattva. Who is Paramatma? Paratpar Shiva only. But only because of this identification of this ego consciousness, this Atma gets an identification. That is why it becomes a Jivatma. Jiva, creature, living being. An identity has happened. You remove the Jiva, Means you remove the ego consciousness. When you remove the ego consciousness, what is left is Atman. Atman is nothing but Paramatman. Chidakasha Gita beautifully talks about this. How the Atman has been developed from Paramatman. These are all the highest truths. The eternal truth that we are all trying to find. Who am I? When you go deep into it and when you probe and prolong and exist in that space of who am I, and when you realize, my God, this is who I am. I am Shiva. I am nothing other than Shiva. That is why in that state of proclamation, when that realization happens of the self, which is called self-realization, the moment you realize who this self is, it is called self-realization. That moment of exclamation is called Aham Brahmasmi. I am that Brahman. Brahman means the soul, the eternal soul. Tattvamasi. I am that I am. All these expressions are of that jubilation, that celebration of realizing I am that, nothing less than that. Harshit Joko, please tell me who is your guru. My guru is Avadut Shivanandji. He teaches Shiva Yoga. But we are going little beyond the guru also. Because in this space of eternal consciousness, what we are talking, there is nothing that exists. I have repeatedly made many of these mentions from Bhagwan Ramana because it was my realizations also. All these things were coming to me. How can the guru be outside and he is so much inside? Because when you start becoming one with the guru, with the consciousness, when you practice and when you realize there is nothing different, it's all within, and it's so much with conviction you can experience that. Then who's that outside? Who's that person outside? Who's that personality outside? You come to know that's a false personality. Because the consciousness is here. And you can find the consciousness of your guru here. So these were my understanding when I was on the path, and but it was weird. Because in the world that I lived in, it was very much focused that the guru is this person, this identity, this personality, and he has this features, and he does this, he does that, and this happens, you got to get this from him or do this to him and to receive this. There is so much of doership in that, where my soul was not settling with that, because my experience was telling me something different. But I kept mum because I thought I'm going crazy, I'm having weird ideas, or maybe I'm not understanding what the herd is saying. Herd means commonly group of people, what they believe strongly. I was not able to identify with that. So I just kept quiet for a long time. But there was an inner conflict that this is not what I feel it is. Today only morning I was talking to one of my friends. I was telling this about the rituals. So many rituals were happening. There is so much of karma kanda going on all around me all the time, and I tried doing it, tried reciting the scriptures, tried doing this formality, that ritual, this puja, this arti, this archana, this yagya, this homa, this karma kanda. I tried, but I couldn't do it. Then I thought something is wrong with myself. Maybe because I'm a born Christian, maybe I don't identify, because it's a Hindu kind of a practice. I'm not able to do it, but I can relate to that energy. I can relate to that consciousness. I can relate to every essence of the sacredness of those practices. I can very much vouch on the sacredness of my master, but somehow that personality I was not very much, tied up with, nor any of the rituals, nor any of the practice. There's so many practices that people are all doing, and it's working. I don't say it doesn't work, it's working wonders for them. Somehow I couldn't connect. So I just kept mum, thinking I'm crazy probably. And it's not better, because it's like, a very dangerous kind of a situation where people will say, what are you up to? You're a non-believer, or you're somebody who's a traitor, or somebody who is different among us, or what is your purpose, all those things. So I just kept quiet, because My consciousness was giving me what I wanted from there. Even if I looked at a practice and connected with that, I could get it. A homa, more than doing, if I closed my eyes and inside I had greater experiences. So somehow I was telling, this is all inside. What is this outside? Until I came to Tiruvannamalai 2 years back. And all these scriptures started getting unwinded in front of me. And when I was reading, I said, oh my God, this is what I always felt. It was a big relief for me that I am on the right track. I was thinking I'm gone wrong somewhere. And then all these scriptures started revealing all these things to me, that the Guru is not outside, the Guru is inside. The Guru appears outside only because you are always Bahimukhi. You are a being whose consciousness is running outside. So the Supreme has no other option but to produce something in front of you so that you can catch that something in front of you and get connected to that, and then establish a bond in duality, and then the give and take begins and all those formalities, all that begins, and then you realize after a certain amount of time that what are we doing? It's not about the physicality, it's about the consciousness which is connected. But to develop that consciousness, all this karma kanda is necessary. The paths are necessary. I don't say the paths are not necessary. It is all needed to establish you into that. But once you establish with the true source, the true meaning of all this, everything else starts dropping away. Then all these starts dropping away. This is exactly what Devi Kalotara, sacred scripture, is talking about. How everything starts dropping away once you realize the highest truth. And Bhagwan Ramana started always, he used to tell that the Guru is not outside, it is your inner inside. Even if the Guru appears outside due to your Bhayamukhi Drishti all the time, you will benefit from that external Guru, but the purpose of that external Guru, that personality, is to introduce to your inner Guru, which will eventually happen. And when that happens, you will connect to the inner Guru. Once you get connected to the inner Guru, the work of the external Guru is over, because the purpose of that external Guru is itself to introduce you to yourself. So once that happens, the physicality goes away. In one of my personal consultation, I was talking to somebody, a beautiful soul I was talking to, and he was very earnest seeker on the path, but he got duped somewhere. He encountered a person who he took him as his guru, but somehow he was not a genuine person or something, because he constantly exploited him for money and other things. And it took a period of time for that person to realize there's something wrong, because the beliefs are so strong that you must not go against the Guru, you must not offend it, and then you have to just surrender. It should be blind surrender. You shouldn't question anything, because there is a very strong this in the parampara also. That's a good thing, but there are people who take advantage of it. So anytime this person had a question or a doubt, why is this person doing this way? He was shut down, saying that you should have blind belief, you should have ultimate surrender, you shouldn't ask this, you shouldn't. That put him in a dilemma for a long period of time, and over a period of time he realized that there was no connection. So he was confused. So his sister used to see by shifting to awareness, and his sister introduced him to seeing his dilemma. He said, you see that guy, he's clarifying a lot of such stuff. And when he started seeing, clarity came, and then he had a personal session with me. He's not in India, out of India. So when that happened, he revealed all these things, his inner dilemma. And he was in a conflict as to, so he wanted a confirmation if this is true or not. And the moment he started speaking, I said, this is somebody who is taking advantage. It's abuse. There is emotional abuse, there is mental abuse, there is physical abuse, there is sexual abuse, there is also spiritual abuse. I told him, yes, it's true, it happens. A spiritual person also can be abused spiritually. Why did that happen? He asked. I said, because of lack of awareness. There was lack of awareness. There was understanding probably. There was some knowledge that something is not right, or there was a feeling. But that awareness was not deepened enough, because the moment the awareness put him to that there's something wrong in the system, or this person, why is the question came, suddenly his own mind, his fear put that thing, no, you must not do that, you must not, it's a papa, you will get some dosha, you should, and he shut down. So I told him that awareness was telling him that, but he never sustained himself enough in that awareness and settled into the reality. If he would have done that, the consciousness would have revealed the truth to him. But due to all these adambars of the world, different do's and don'ts, and all the doctrines and philosophies, people can get stuck. Where the soul is never speaking lies. It shows you the truth. Somehow it reveals to you. Somehow it will, today or tomorrow it has to reveal. If not through you, to somebody. And that's how he came through that session. And he was overjoyed because that was in his heart and he could not speak. And he didn't even tell me. He just spoke few lines and I did the rest of the telling. And he was like, this was in my heart, but now I'm confirmed. I said, your self is very authentic. The self is the knower of everything. It doesn't belong to any dogmas. It doesn't operate on greed and fear. So there is no question of greed and fear. There is transparency. Awareness will just transparently show you honestly. But you should have the courage to, you can only have the courage if you are a person rooted in awareness. If you are in your mind, you cannot have this. Because the moment you shift into your mind will give you all kind of adambars, different. It is his mind only that tricked him and saying, no, you should not question, you should not ask. This is how the world follows, this is how the whole thing goes, you should not. I'm told this way. Mind did that. But he would have shut down his mind and stayed in awareness. It would have revealed things to him. So it was clear to him that something is wrong. But why am I telling you this? Is the external guru. So when I told him about the external guru, don't worry about it. Your internal guru is the main thing. Then he said, but he didn't say, but he had that feeling, but still I am duped. I lost all these years in a wrong pursuit. I haven't gained anything. So I told him in gentler ways, in different ways, that nobody loses anything from any experience. Every experience is valid. Who's the fraud? Who's the wrong person? Consciousness itself. There is nothing other than the consciousness. It is all the part of the play. Because our minds may run in the wrong direction, we attract wrong people in our life. It's our projections. So that kind of people come into our life and we get abused. Who created it? I'm the creator. I asked for it. Now if I try to tell this, people will argue with me. How can I create nonsense for myself? You will not know. It is so sukshma. You can create, and we have all been creating, all our lives we have been created. Only the path of awareness. If you become enlightened in that awareness, you will stop that nonsense creations. All these nonsense creations, all these episodes in your life are your own dramas. Why the dramas? Because you live in your mind. Mind creates dramas. You see how the mind exaggerates things, which is not real, it will bring into reality. What all it does nonsense. Because its work is that, to sit and weave new things all the time. Or one aspect you put, you can think 10 different things in that and imagine all the 10 worst of worst case scenarios. Whichever scenario you invest a little more time on, that manifests into your life. You attract people similar. So is that a good thing or not? It is, nothing is good or bad. Everything is supposed to be there. It is a part of your experience. It is meant to give you lessons. Nobody, no experience in your past has abused you in the real terms, If you are a practitioner, a seeker, an aspirant of awareness, you will realize that nobody has abused me. I abused myself by not becoming aware. I cannot say people took advantage of me. I allowed people to take advantage of me. This is the vocabulary. And that person agreed. Then I said, once you agree this, because Swami Anubhavanandji always talks about this. Your purpose, only purpose of having a human experience is to come and realize this truth that you have to learn from your experiences. You are here simply to learn from your experiences. If you are not learning from your experiences, he says you are not progressing. Your life is useless. Because those experiences were meant to be your part of your prarabdha so that you evolve. So you have a bitter experience, you move above it. Not stay stuck with it. The victim consciousness stays stuck with it. This happened to me, this happened to me, this happened to me. The more you say this happened to me, that will continue happening to you. And the more you will stay in that loop of negativity, saying that my circumstances, my life, there will be self-pity, the poor me, all the time. Who does this poor me? Drama in the mind. Mind makes you feel, oh, poor you. You would have been so nice, but so many. Look at these people. This person did that, this person life did. Why is life always like this to you? The mind will ask. And then I cry. My companion, my friend is asking me. Who? My friend, my mind. The culprit. Who did this to you? Why did this happen to you? You poor you, all the time you are. And then you take that seriously. Oh my God. And then you brood in that negativity. And you create more of that in episodes. Whereas Swami Anubhavanandji says, you should be wise enough. If life knocks you once, you should be so wise enough that you got a knock. You have fallen down now. Now when you get up, you are alert and aware that now you won't slip. That is learning from life. When you walk in alertness, which is awareness, when you are aware, you won't make a mistake again. You change your life circumstances eventually. This is what he meant by learning from. So I told that person, nothing is bad. Whatever happened to you also is the play of that consciousness. Because that happened to you, today you are on this path. Because of that pain and trauma that you got, you have learnt now how to be careful even on the path. Before that, you were reckless. You were thinking, oh, spirituality means all wonderful, goody stuff only. We have all had that experience, right? Because it looks so luring and it's all nice, divine, pure. You enter in that arena, you will come to know that you have all kind of vyanjan there, all kind of varieties there. Then you say, Thoba, Thoba, I never imagined. Better than this is the world only. Let me run back to the world, the spiritual world. So, is running back? No. That means you have still not learned the lesson. If you withdraw in your cocoon saying that, not anymore, bas ho gaya, I don't want. One relationship problem, that person shut down forever, closes the chapter of no more relationship. I'm fed up. Enough. Now, nahi, bas. You have not learned the lesson. Wait for it. Some other incident will come to you. Till you come to the statement saying that, oh my God, this is how life functions. Now I need to be careful. I will not run away from that experience. Let me see what happens. Let me see. Let me go through it. Let me change those aspects which made me stumble. Now let me look. That is what happens with all the fall. That is what I told that person also. If you have fallen in spirituality or you feel somebody made you fall in spirituality, learn from it. Now you are more widened, your horizons have opened, now your awareness has brightened up, your consciousness has expanded. You know more things than others who have not yet been knocked down. So that's an experience for you. Go with that. So I said, don't curse anybody. Don't say bad things about him. even if it's a crook or nice or whatever. Bow down to that Atman, that self who was in that, whatever you call wrong or whatever, because he introduced you to yourself. Because of him, you hurried up now in your spiritual journey and you are more interested directly on the source. You are not interested in all the other so many things. Should I go here? Should I go there? Should I follow this one? Should I follow that one? Which one to follow? What to do? You have learned. What am I learning from all this? Where is the ultimate truth? What are all trying to teach me? When you ask this question, you will see that it's only one supreme truth. So why don't I go straight to the truth? Why do I need messengers? So many messengers, all interpreted different messages. You go to one path, one community, one religion, you'll all have diversified ideas. Which one is true? You'll get confused. You'll get confused only if you do not know the highest truth. If you know this highest truth from the source, and then you go anywhere, you'll not get distracted, you'll not get confused, you'll not get abused. I'm telling you, I do it in my life. I read the namaz, I go to the church, I go to gurudwaras and sit there, listen to the gurbanis. I even go to all the Hindu temples and do whatever I have to do, their practices. Nothing bothers me. I don't see diversity anywhere. It's crystal clear to me, because even then, once you know the higher truth, then you go into any diversity, any path you enter, I cannot see anything different there. Any path, I'm telling you. Right now, so you keep 10 masters in front of me, I see the same consciousness in everybody, in their own dialect, in their own style, in their own flavors. This might argue with that one. The follower of this one will argue with that, fight with this one. Mine is right, this is right. You'll witness everything. You'll have a mighty laugh, you'll see the foolishness, stupidity in why all this diversity. There's nothing different. It's all the same. Why it's all the same? Because it is leading you to the one goal, one source, from where? Sat, Chit. From there only all have come down. It will lead you there only, today or tomorrow. So then why don't we go to the source is the question. Who wants to go to the source? Who have what Bhagwan Ramana calls is as ripe souls. Ripe souls always want to deal directly with the source. They are not interested in taking all these diversions and spending so much of time. That is what precisely in Upadeshasara also Bhagwan Ramana told about how Shiva introduces and talks to the rishis and saying, don't get stuck up, my dear. Lord Shiva himself. You are always in the karmakandas, doing this homa, that yajna, this puja, that ritual. This will not lead you to liberation. I am not saying this. Read Upadeshasara, scripture of Shiva himself. He comes to remind the rishis and the rishi patnis who are always engaged in karmakanda, saying that this will not give you liberation. This will give you satisfaction to your desire. What are all these things? What are all the karmakandas? Why do you do a yajna? Why do you go to a temple? Why do you do an offering? Why do you do your puja? Why do you do abhisheka? Why do you do parikramas? Paidal yatras, pad yatras. What are all this about? They all have sankalpas, deep sankalpas within, that I will get something if I do that. It's a give and take. Let me do this, I'll get this. Let me go to the temple, I'll get that. Let me go to a guru, I'll get the grace. There is always seeking of some profit, some benefit, which is said to be on a grosser level. This is what in Upadeshasaram Lord Shiva told the rishis. Don't get stuck in this. With this, you will only get karma phala. You will do a sankalpa for that karma and you will get that sankalpa. You will be happy. You will be lost in it, he says. In the comforts of this. Give me good health. Give me wealth. Give me prosperity. Give me abundance. Even for the world. Make the fruits flourish. Make the agriculture rich. May everyone be in. You are creating with a sankalpa, with some desires, and that desires will make you a samsari. It will turn you into samsara, because the comfort of that benefits that you get, you will not leave easily. See, in spirituality also, When you are in spirituality and the benefits that come from the spiritual glitters, financially, abundantly, whatever you call it, grace wise also, consciously also, what do you call it, or the powers that come with it, the siddhis, it can keep even the best of souls stuck in that. This is what Lord gave Upadesha to the rishis. You will get stuck in all this, my dear ones. This is not going to give you the final eternal salvation. Give up the karmakanda, he says. Now you have done enough. These are something called higher truths. Cannot be digested very easily because we have been living in the doership. Ye karo, wo karo, aisa karo, waisa karo. ये करने से वो मिलता है, वो करने से वो मिलता है, इसके बाद ये करना है, उसके बाद वो करना है, करते करते कर्म कांड कर्ता पुरुष बन गए. Doership. So all these high scriptures directly talk. Shut down everything. Give up the doing and be. That is what 2 live sessions I did on difference between being and doing. One is the highest watched and one of the most commented and one of the most liked in all my live series was this, being versus doing. Because it appeals to us. Being is what you are. Doing is what you are not. Being is the real you. Doing is the false I. Being is soul consciousness. Doing is ego consciousness. Anything you do in the name of religion, spirituality, is coming from ego consciousness, of that feeling that I got to do to get something. Are you getting that clear? So options are there. This also works, that also works. So somebody asked Ramana, so you mean this is all false? He says, no, it is all true. It is meant to be for people who are not yet ripe, who need to go through the process of the schooling, kindergarten. He calls all kind of yogas and stuff, all the methods, all kind of meditations and all that as kindergarten stuff, because you got to learn, you got to study through the doership. One day you will realize that it's not there in all this. When that realization come, okay, I achieved this, now what is it that I finally want to get into? Where am I leading? What is that is pulling me straight into that? That time the real quest of that soul realization will begin. You will understand that I am stuck. That is what is called as mumukshu. Mumukshatva. Mumukshu means an intense seeker of liberation. They're not interested in anything else. You tell me this, tell me about the source. The source is not outside. I am a part of that source. So I am only interested now how to get into that source and realize and be that one. Being. So I will look into only those things that is directly giving me here. If I tell no, you go to that agent and that agent will lead you to that, then you will be given a ticket there and a coupon there, then you will have to do this for so many days and then you got to. I don't want all that. I want a straight entry to the Garbhagriha. What is that? These scriptures. All that I have been speaking in this past few months is all about these higher scriptures. Upadesha Sara is one beautiful one. You can do that. You can read that. And today what I am talking, these are all introduction to Devi Kalottara only, what I am talking right now. All this is needed to know. Otherwise you will not understand. You will suddenly get a shock. What is this? I have never heard anything that Shiva says like this. All that I have heard is he is telling that do this kind of yoga or do this kind of a method and do this kind of thing and then raise your energy, and then there is the kundalini. All these things are all aspects. These are also there. In Shaivism, if you go, you will get all these scriptures. In Agama Sastras, if you go, you will get all these detailed ways of doing something. Tantra Shastras, if you go, Tantra is doing, it's all doership. Tantra is again from the Agama Shastras only. Agama Shastras is all the science of temples, structures, rituals, worship, different types of worship. कैसे कैसे क्या करना है, किस विधि से क्या करना है. This is all Agama Sastras. Yantras, Tantras, Mantras, all this is used in that. It's come from the Agama Shastras. But if you see, Agama Shastras are below again the Upanishad. Vedas, Upanishad, Agama Shastras. This is again linked with the Tantra Shastras only. Tantra. What we are talking, where, which level? Above. We are talking something above Upanishads, Vedas, and we are talking even beyond the Vedas. That space of nothingness, that source from where it comes, it's all aiming there. I was talking to you about Patanjali Yoga Sutras in one of the videos, latest videos that I did, where you can see the Ashtanga Yoga of Patanjali Yoga Rishi, Patanjali Maharishi. He also explains Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga, which is one of the most superior texts. Even Chidakasha Gita talks high about Ashtanga Yoga. Okay, Raj Yoga, he's linking that with Ashtanga Yoga. In that also, if you see, there is yam, niyam, pratyahara, dharana, then dhyana, samadhi, withdrawal of sense. I talked on that. There is so much yam, niyam, there is so much of rules, inner rules of the self, outer external rules that you've got to follow. Then one pointedness, the dharana that you got to focus on, and it all happens step by step. Pratyahara, the withdrawal of all the panchindriyas, the panch senses. Forcefully you do that in meditation. You cut off everything, you do this, that, and all that, so many breathing exercise, that it is all to distract from that, to attain that pratyahara, withdrawal. So there are so many forceful ways of withdrawing from the senses. And then it leads to dharana, one pointedness. Then it leads to dhyana. Then see, meditation comes at that. Yam, niyam, asana, pratyahara, dharana, dhyan comes then. Even after all that asana and all that, dhyan happens then, the meditation happens then. And then it enters into samadhi, the final 8th state, samadhi. But if you look at these scriptures and compare it, you will be amused to see that even Ashtanga Yoga is not complete till there. Because the state of samadhi is also the mind state. Suspending the mind, that is samadhi. So the last 3 which you have there, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. Dharana, one pointedness, dhyana, meditation, samadhi, it's deep contemplation where the mind is absent, suspended. But all these 3 are still at the mind level. It has still not entered into that state of the source, the self. There is no realization of the samadhi. You can be samadhist for hours together, even days and years together. Ramana talks about a rishi who sat in tapas for how many years? 2000 years or something, he said. 1500 or 2000 years he was in samadhi. Deep samadhi. See, it is a very alluring thing in our spiritual. Oh my God, 20,000 years of samadhi. But Bhagwan somewhere, I don't know where the reference, he questioned. What did that give him? It still did not give him liberation. Because before he when he just came out of his samadhi, the first thing that he asked was for a glass of water. After thousands of years of samadhi, when he came out, he asked, give me a glass of water. Why did he ask for a glass of water? Because just before he was entering into samadhi, his mind had that desire to have a glass of water, but by the time he went into samadhi. So what happened? After thousands of years of samadhi, when he came back, the first thing that came, his mind became Jagrat. And the first thought after thousands of years that came was the pending thought of that. So he says, what did he achieve from that? Are you trying to get what I'm trying to say? Even the samadhi state is not what these scriptures are talking about. This level of understanding that we are talking about, the source that we are talking about. The true yoga mentioned in many of the non-dual scriptures are dharana, dhyan, samadhi. When all these three are abided together, one pointedness, dharana, and in the dhyan, you enter into dhyan through that one pointed focus, and when you enter into dhyan meditative state, you go into samadhi. When these three combine, it is called as true yoga. And the realization of that yoga, I would still not term it as true yoga. It's yoga. When these three combines, it's known as yoga. But when you transcend this state and go beyond these three, beyond the state of what the result of all these three is what is called as the true yoga. And that state is known as Devi Kalottara. Devi Kalottara, what we are talking today, scripture, is referred to that state which is beyond this samadhi. Means beyond the mind. As I told, dharana, dhyana, samadhi are on mind level. And mind is there, but it is suspended. What happened to the yogi who was there for thousands of years? Mind was suspended, it did not destroy. What we are talking here is destruction and annihilation of the mind itself, which Chidakasha Gita also says. The mind has to be destroyed, not suspended, not kept aside. Because till the mind is there, the existence is there. Mind returns, illusion returns, karma returns, more of life returns. When you go to sleep, all your problem, your health problems, your money problems, your relation, your husband, wife, this, that, love and all, everything is disappeared. So much day, full day, we are so much active. This, I am the doer, this is me, this is mine, this person is mine, that person is mine, I belong to this, that belongs to me, this is my problem, this is my headache, this is my worry, this is my stress, so much of my mind. But when you're asleep, where has all this gone? Poof, into nothingness. Because this culprit mind has finally shut down. The creator of all the nuisance has finally shut down, and you have peace. Deep sleep state. Mind, chanchal mind, shut down, temporarily shut down. Where is the disease? Where is the problem? Where is the you? Where is the yours? Where is mine? This person mine, that person, possessiveness, attachment, everything gone. And the moment you wake up, mind opens up. First, tuck, 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 all that was there pending, it starts coming up, and you, to whom this world did not belong, at night when you are asleep, nothing, everything is gone. Where is the world? Where is the world affairs? Where is the pandemic? Where is this problem? Where is that country? Where is this government? Where is this issue? Where is that controversy? All gone. Maya, poof, gone. Doesn't exist for you. Because now only the soul is experiencing that bliss of sleep. The Sat is active there. Rest all has gone down. So the Sat is experiencing peace and calm. That Ananda, Satchit Ananda you have in sleep. The moment the mind wakes up, whole Jagat comes into creation again. The whole illusion is again awake. Then you have all the problems. And the moment mind awakes, you become awake. Then you relate to all these things, people, places, things, so real. That is why it is called as illusion. It's not there, but mind can create all this. All this world problem, this problem, that problem is there only till your mind is there. Mind is destroyed, your whole existence, you are liberated, you are free. Jivan Mukta, they are called in the living state only, mukta. That is the state which Bhagwan Ramana and all these scriptures are poking or provoking you to attain. Get into that state. Don't be distracted by anything else, because anything else will keep you in the loop again. Even spirituality, what I talk about, glamour spirituality, it looks good. You think without giving up desires and attachment and the me and mind, you can have this mumukshutva? You cannot. Till there are all these connections, there is karma and there is a repeat birth. Nobody can fool you and tell you that, you do this spiritual practice and you will get liberation. You cannot. Until you reach to the source, you cannot. If you are still in the mind, almost all the practices of spirituality are involved in the mind. There is a doer. Do this thing, do that thing. Do it this way, do it that way. So you keep doing. Who's the doer? The ego consciousness. Till the ego is alive, there is no liberation. Who's the one? Who does the ego use? The tool that the ego uses is the mind. Are you seeing how dangerous the mind is? I wouldn't even call it use. I would call that as abuse. Just hold on. There's a glitch here in YouTube. It'll come back. I hope you're getting me on YouTube, right? Yeah, it's showing me live here. Okay. Sorry for that interruption. Bindu Raniji, how can we reach that state where we are only witness? That is what we are exactly talking about. The practice of awareness leads you there, because awareness means there is no doing. There's nothing doing. You are a mere witness. But you must know how to practice this, because all the time we have practiced how to do things. The more you start leaving the practice and getting into the being, stillness, silence, observance, witnessing mode, these are all the states of the self. So you are learning the attributes of the self. So there is little bit of doership there also, you do, but you are learning how to attune to that quality of that self. You cannot do it with the opposite qualities of the self. So practice of awareness is one such method where there is no doership. If you see, awareness is just, that's why I call it shifting into awareness. From the mind mode, you just shift into that awareness. And when you are in the state of awareness, you have already seen so many practices we have done. Everything is suspended. You don't have to control the mind. There is no pratyahara. There is no withdrawal. Do you do withdrawal? You don't do withdrawal. Your eyes close on your own. I never give you a command. Close your eyes, sit straight, put your hands here, do not speak, do not look here and there, focus on your breath. If thought comes, avoid them. That's all doership. Do we ever do that in awareness? No. You become aware of something else and your mind is dissolved eventually. That is why suddenly people enter into stillness, calmness, peace. That is a glimpse of your satta. It is not still fully there, but a glimpse. You will have certain glimpses when you enter deep into Tantra or that Samadhi, and a glimpse of that, and that's such a blissful state. So that's a trailer of that Sat Chit Ananda. So that will give you motivation. Oh, this is that state. Then you do that practice. So now you're practicing direct on the source. Now mediators and all, you will not feel like anything more. It's nobody has to tell you also. Your soul will be guided to do that. How does the soul get guided? Because when your inner guru awakens, because that's the true guide, the true guru. The guru comes and awakens your inner guru, and then your journey is guided by this inner guru. So you abide by that, you will be taken there. That's how the Srishti functions. Nitin Jadhav, can the chanting of Guru Mantra mentally, internally be called an activity of the mind? Like Ramana Maharishi speaks of non-doership. Can mental chanting of the Guru Mantra also? It is all doer. Anything you do with the mind is a doership. Mind is the tool of the ego. Ego means doer. I have to do. How will the ego do something? It needs a platform. What is the platform? Mind. It uses the mind to do. And that ego only claims that I am the doer through this mind. Anything that you do, through the mind is doership. Till the mind exists, there is doership. That is why I am focusing so much on leave the mind. Leave the mind. I have done so many videos also in this past 1 month where I am consistently telling, if you live in the mind, you cannot live in awareness. As simple as that. If you are so focused and controlled by your tendencies and your impressions, samskaras, so strongly, if you are stuck in that, it's very difficult to live a life of awareness. Very, very difficult. So first you have to dislodge this dependency on the mind for a lot of things. It's not easy. I don't say it's easy, but it's not impossible also. So Swami Anubhavananda, I was listening to him. He was very beautifully saying, I'll just start this scripture in 5 minutes. Anubhavananda Swamiji was saying very beautifully, what is mukti? What is moksha? What is this state of self-realizing? When you realize, what happens? You get freedom. Freedom from what? He says, freedom from the I. Simple words he says. What are you trying to get freedom from? The I. Who's the I? This wrong claim of, I am something. This ego is that I. He gets getting rid of this I is the biggest. And it can be very pavitra I also. The catch of the mind is such. Mind is very cunning. It will not allow you. It will twist and turn you in that. If you get into spirituality, it will attack you there also. The ego will follow even the spiritual aspirants. And then there is something called the spiritual ego that comes. I was a sinner before. Now I am a spiritual divine person. But the I is there here also, there also. I was very bad before and very bad condition before. Now I am in a good state. I is there here also. The freedom from this I is moksha, liberation. Beautifully explained it. I smacked my lips and said, wow. This has to be realized. If you are an earnest seeker, you will straight go to the source of this cause of what is keeping you away from the source, this I. So you will be very alert and aware all the time not to develop this I. Your whole awareness and your whole spiritual practice need not be very big things. Just this alertness and awareness. When you are talking, you are aware of yourself. How many times in a day do you say, I, mine, main, mera, me, maji? How many times in a day do we repeat? The stronger the ego, the stronger the I. Always. It will refer everything as me, mine. My house, my people, my place, my country, my world, my path, my guru. It's exclamation on that. I remembered my guru, Babaji. He used to put his robes always this way. We used to pin up his mic and he used to be careful. Or he used to do it this way, something. It was funny. It looked like that. So really, if you want to get into the source, you have to be always alert about the I that comes. And if you observe very carefully, those who live in the mind have lot of I-ness. See how it is interrelated. Because you have I only, you get rooted in the mind. You cannot leave the mind very easily. Very difficult to quit the mind. Because I cannot quit. Because I has claimed the ownership. It is like it has put a throne there. Mukut and Singhasan. It has settled down there as the I. Very difficult. Where it will settle down in the mind. So once you start becoming aware, every time you have to become completely aware. Every time you think, you have to become, oh, I'm going too much into this ego mode of I. When I'm talking, too much of me, mine, me, mine. It can be in the reverse way, it can be the positive way also. Spiritual people can talk more about, I did, what, you don't know. I was not able to do yesterday. I did 4 hours of sadhana. 4 hours. And we went there, we traveled, and I had this experience. I had this vision. I had this mystical encounter with this divine being. And this I had. There's a positive I, but still an enemy of the source, of getting into the source. And then there is a negative I. You don't know my life. I have had such pain in my life. I have had such encounters in my life. I have been used. Who has been used? This I has been used. You're right. The ego has been used there. Ego has been abused there. Can you become aware of that when you speak? This is a life, the path of awareness. When we speak, when we brood, when we complain, when we are in that negative thing of, saying, this happened to me. This happened to my people. This happened to my property. This is my story. This happened to ours. Ours means you may call family or whatever, but me and mine is ours. So how many times are you living in this space of me and mine? Till you become aware of this, very dangerous. You do any karma kanda, you do any yatras, you do any kind of rituals, anything, till this I-ness is strong, this I will go in that also. And then you say, I did full walking Girivallam of Arunachaleshwara. I did the Padayatra, so many kilometers, so much. You don't know, it's not easy. Pata hai, it's not difficulties. Yatras are not difficult, but I want to take up that yatra. I want to do this intense sadhana. Who's that guru wala who's telling, I have to do this? The ego. Why are you doing this intense tapas? To get something. Are you seeing? These are very sukshma stuff. I am talking only to the people of the seekers of liberation. Mumukshus, intense seekers of liberation, will be very careful about all these things. And eventually, they will move around out of this kind of a space. Eventually, they'll get rid of all these formalities, rituals, this and that, and slowly they'll see that they are becoming empty. And that emptiness will lead you to being, because only when you are empty can you be what you are. Till then, you are not empty, then you will have to keep doing this and that. Karta comes from that I, me, and mine. Only the I, me, and mine will keep doing. So the catch is there. The secret is there. So all these scriptures, when we are repeatedly talking, and I am inducing this again and again, why I do it? I have a selfish interest also. Because the more I talk about it, the more it enters my consciousness. The more I'm living in that. I think, I contemplate, I read, I do this work. It's helping me to a great deal. I cannot hide that. I cannot say I'm here to serve the world. Blah, bullshit. Anybody who says we are here to save the world is bullshit. All the great Advaitins have spoken about this. Whenever it is the I who feels that I have to serve this world. I have to help this world. I have to wipe the tears of others. I have to develop this. I have to pull this one up. I have to raise the consciousness of the planet. As though if you did not exist, nothing would have happened. Everything would have collapsed or gone worse. Is that so? Do you think so? Then who has to do for this world? Let the one who created do it now. It is his game. His or her, whatever you want to say. It is the game. That is why it is called the divine Leela. What are we? We are just a speck of dust and we are part of this game. In the game, do you want to create another game? And create even ownership for it? I am doing this, I am doing that. This is what Bhagwan Ramana also says. Somebody said, you are sitting here in a loincloth naked and there hunger, people are dying in famine and floods are happening, earthquakes are happening, massive people are dying, this, and you're sitting here and talking big. What is your contribution, they asked. You're sitting here and talking all these big talks. Ramana said, what do you even know about it? In this doership, you think you are creating and you're doing a lot of things. But he said the real truth is, in silence, everything happens. He reminded the rishis who are sitting in the snowfall areas, who are sitting in the caves and in the jungles, are sitting in mauna, but they are contributing much more than what you think you are doing world seva. You who are running about thinking and talking that I am doing this, I am doing that, there somebody is sitting and you don't even know that person's identity, who's that, but he is doing the greatest seva by radiating that peace, the bliss and peace of his consciousness into the consciousness of others. That is how Ramana, who didn't speak to anyone, changed the consciousness of thousands. In his presence, did he speak anything? Somebody asked him, what is your contribution? He said, you will never understand. You cannot even fathom what happens beyond your doership. You do not understand the powers. Because the one who began this drama, the whole play, cosmic play, the Sat, is also silent, my dear one. And everything is happening in silence under the observation. And everything, the doership, can within a fraction of a second be taken back by that non-doer. What can we understand about this? And we speck of dust move around thinking we are doing seva to the world, we are helping this, we are helping that, we are being cause. It is nothing but ego that makes us build. So these things have to be, we have to become aware of it and see where is the I taking this form and doing this. It's all doing and doing and doing. Why don't we just shut down and be in our being? When you are being in your being, you help many others in many ways. You cannot even fathom it. In that ways you can help. Clear-cut messages. And that is what Dakshinamurti was. He didn't have a mic, he didn't speak, he didn't give notes. And all his four Shishyas did not write notes. They did not have earphones. They did not have memory. They did not have recording devices. Nothing. Four of them, disciples, sitting at the feet of Guru Dakshinamurti. Everything is done. The whole wisdom is given. You know, Sanat Kumar is one of the disciples of that. Sanat Kumar, he is the Guru of Gurus. He is the initiator of initiators. Sanat Kumar. The wisdom of initiation. All the Gurus today in the world, whatever initiations they are giving, it comes from the profound wisdom of Sanat Kumar. That Sanat Kumar has. He is the main controller of that. Initiations given. The Dikshas. Now, how did he gain that wisdom? Have we thought? Guru Dakshinamurti transferred to him the whole wisdom. And from there, he also in silence only has does it. That is why nobody knows also about all these things. All in silence. No claim, no ownership, nothing. And we do one thing, there is so much of pride. One small deed we do, we go and give a 10 rupee note to a beggar and we look around. Anybody is looking at me. What? I have done a seva, I have done a great deed. This watchfulness should be there. Whenever we try to help, what are we doing this for? Whom are we proving it to? What are we doing it for? What is all the seva about? What is all the services that we are doing about? World seva, this seva, that seva, charities. What is this all about? You ask people in awareness, sit in awareness and ask them question, they'll freeze, they'll have no idea. They might say, oh, it is a good thing to do in this world. I want to do a good thing. Are you sure it's a good thing? Nothing else beyond it? No, nothing. I just want to do good. What will happen if you do good? Oh, it is told, if you do good, you get good. So that means to get good, you are doing that. No, it's nothing like that. I am just doing a good deed. That's all. Okay, but what is the good deed about? Good deed means punya. Why do people do punyas? To get the benefit of the punyas. Punyas कोई ऐसी free में नहीं करता. Nobody is inspired to do punyas. Do more punyas, they say. Something. My karma is heavy. My negative karma is little more. So I'll do a little more charity. See, transactions. Even if not that, I have nothing to do. Let me do some good work in this world. But how is that going to benefit you? I'll get some blessings. You do so many things. You will get blessings, lot of blessings. I will get blessings. You get blessings. Oh wow, so much of blessings. Why are you sitting with a calculator of blessings? Because this transaction in the subconscious mind is always there. If I do something good, I will get something good. If I go and see a Mahatma, I'll get something good. If I get the blessing of a guru, I'll get something good. Something to benefit. Who is that? It is this desperate I that is constantly seeking this. You will become aware of this. You will drop all, you'll see the nonsense in all this thing, and then you'll say, oh my God, what stupidity. I was not realizing this until I heard some few non-dual aspirants, the masters, speaking about this consistently. That blew my ego about. Do so much of doership. What are you doing? What are you trying to claim? What is it about? You are not even a speck in the dust. And you get shaken up. You say, oh, then the Lord conveys, evolve, go to the source, leave all this egoship. This is not going to help you. It will only keep you papa punya. It is duality, papa punya. It will keep you still stuck. You earn punyas also, you are still stuck. You are not. It is still in the mind. Papa punyas are all in the mind. Mani karta, mani bhokta. All the experience of the what you create also is in the mind only. Whatever you create. Till the mind is there is no liberation. You are in the samsara cycle of birth and death again and again and again. So the mumuksha is the one who knows that he is in bondage and he seeks freedom now. That is a mumuksha. He knows, he or she knows, I am in bondage. Something I am in bondage. And that inner desire is to get free of that bondage. That is called mumuksha. These scriptures are for mumukshas. And only mumukshas can get attracted to this. Even if you don't think you are a mumuksha, it's not possible. You are sitting here listening to these kind of talks only because you have earnest desire to be there in the source. As simple as that. And that is how these things are brought to us also. The earnestness, the seeking, intense seeking takes you, pulls you into such places and people and scriptures and such satsangs also. So I'll just read. These are 85 phrases, verses. I'll just read because I don't want to claim any ownership of this divine scripture. But I am teaching this. No, I don't even feel. Whenever I read this, I say, "Oh my God!" I don't even feel worthy to even talk about this to anyone. So what I can do is what Bhagwan Ramana has beautifully mentioned about Devi Kalottara, the scripture. I'll just read it as it is. With this introduction, it will be very clear. I'm leaving this video for public so that you can share it with anyone that you want. It's very beneficial if you want to go. So, Devi Kalottara, the introduction given by Sri Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi, I am reading it from his work only, directly. This work is one of the upa-agamas and explains the supreme wisdom to be attained by mature souls and their mode of life, expounded by the Supreme Lord Shiva to Devi Parvati. It is the essence of all Agama Sastras on the matters of spiritual knowledge. This is verily the boat which can rescue the mortals struggling hard, sinking and rising in the sorrowful ocean of samsara, of endless cycles of births and death, and take them by the direct path to the shore of liberation. Let all earnest seekers after truth, instead of groping in the dark, bewildered and losing their way, adopt the help of this straight path and reach the supreme state of bliss and peace. These are Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi's words in the Devi Kalottara introduction. See, now he is also invoking, there is an invocation to Lord Ganesha in this. I was a little surprised because all I know Ganesha is as the Vignaharta and let all the obstacles go. So we meditate upon Lord Ganesha. This is what happens in the dual practices most of the time. That's how we identify Lord Ganesha. But here I was surprised to see a different version of Ganesha, the invocation that Bhagwan Ramana has written. You will be surprised too. So the invocation, meditate in the heart upon Lord Ganesha, the silent, non-dual, universal witness, who is the nectar of divine bliss and full of grace, shining as the bountiful flowering of aspirants following the path of spiritual wisdom revealed in Devi Kalottara, which was expounded by Lord Ishvara to the ears of Goddess Ishwari. So he's saying meditate upon Lord Ganesha, who is the silent, non-dual, universal witness. See, this is the beauty of all these non-dual texts. So there is a note here. Note, in original Tamil verse, the word kari means elephant, which denotes Lord Ganesha as per the tradition. But the word kari also means witness, which denotes the universal self, which is in line with the Advaitic experience. See, here he has revealed why he is talking of Ganesha in this manner. So there is this word, because this was written in Tamil. From he translated Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi translated into Tamil, and from there it has been translated to English in that manner. So in the original verse of the Tamil verse, the word kari, I don't know where it has been used, but kari, in invocation to Lord Ganesha, the word kari is there, which means elephant. But he says that this elephant is denoting Ganesha as per the tradition, but the word kari also means witness, which denotes the universal self as per Advaitic experiences. So beginning the text here, the only word, the first verse is asked by Devi herself, and the rest what follows is the answer of Lord Shiva. So Devi asks, O Lord of all celestial beings. Now Devi is asking this to Lord Shiva. O Lord of all celestial beings, I yearn to know that path of supreme wisdom and the code of conduct by which one can get liberation, so that all humanity may attain salvation. I request you to enlighten me on them out of your grace. So the Devi is talking to Lord Shiva, asking this one question, and the rest of the 84 verses are the response of the Lord Supreme Shiva. Who Shiva? The Nirguna Nirakara, the formless. So you will say how the formless is discussing all these things. Just that is why I explained the Paravani and Lord Dakshinamurti, how he transferred his wisdom to his four disciples, and how even Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi has demonstrated in silence how it can be given. This is through Paravani, where the Sat is communicating with the Chit. Sat is Shiva, Chit is Devi. Ishvara says, Lord Shiva says, as a response to this question of Devi, O Queen among women. So that everyone may attain knowledge, I shall clearly explain to you today the highest knowledge and the discipline to be followed by which discerning seekers will attain liberation, which is free from any blemish and is difficult to describe. Difficult to describe. Verse 3, O Lord with fair countenance. This is a little poetic. Okay, it is written in that form. O Lord, O Lady with fair countenance, understand that one who is not able to realize the truth in his heart by this knowledge of spiritual wisdom known as Kala Jnana can never attain it by studying countless crores of Shastras, which means scriptures, spread out like the sky. So he's saying the spiritual knowledge, this highest wisdom is known as Kala Jnana. Kala Jnana. And it cannot be attained even by studying countless crores of any scriptures spread out like the sky. Verse 4, therefore cast aside all fears and shed all doubts. Giving up attachment or desire for anything, be ardent in seeking the ultimate knowledge with wholehearted devotion and with a clear mind. Clear mind means without any trace of confusion. Verse 5, claiming nothing as mine, filled with compassion, giving protection to all living beings so that no creature fears you, yearning for liberation, absorbed in yoga, study this work and follow wholeheartedly and steadfastly the single path shown therein. So when he says absorbed in yoga, it means the union of the jiva and the para. It is given here. The fusion of the individual self and the universal self. That is what I said. Jiva, jivatman and paramatman. Yoga means that the unity, the merging of this Atman with the Paramatman. When the Jiva is removed, the ego consciousness is removed, all the doubts and fears are removed, all the non-clarity is removed, the Atman remains, and Atman automatically merges with the Paramatman. So that is what he is terming here as yoga. So I'll just read this again. Claiming nothing as mine, filled with compassion, giving protection to all living beings so that no creature fears you, means no animosity with anyone, yearning for liberation and absorbed in yoga. With all these features, he says, then study this work and follow wholeheartedly the single path shown therein. What are the features that he said? Claiming nothing as mine, one. Second, be filled with compassion for everyone. Third, give protection to all the living beings so that no creature fears you. Means no animosity with anyone. Nobody should take you as a threat. So giving protection means that. Then he says yearning for liberation, a deep seeking in liberation, and then absorption in yoga, the deep contemplation, the merging of the your consciousness, what we do, the practice, your consciousness with the Chidakasha, that eternal consciousness, that is yoga. When that happens with all these faculties, then he says study this work and then follow wholeheartedly and steadfastly this single path shown therein. Verses 6 and 7. If one is to describe the person who can bring under control his mind, which is restless and turbulent like a whirlwind, and maintain it in a tranquil state, he is verily Brahma, the one who creates the world. He is Shiva, the savior of the world. He is Indra, the king of all the devas. And he is Lord Subramanya, who is the chief commander of all the celestial forces, Subramanya. He is Brahaspati, the guru of all devas, all the gods. He is Brahaspati. He is supreme yogi and one who has achieved the result of performing all austerities. He is a great scholar and an outstanding man. He is one who has achieved the true spiritual goal. Verses 8 and 9. The means by which this mind, which is restless and moves about quicker than the wind, can be brought under control, is indeed the means to obtain liberation. It indeed is what is good for those who seek permanent reality. It itself is pure consciousness and the state of firmness. Moreover, it alone is the righteous duty to be followed by discerning aspirants. It alone is the pilgrimage to holy waters. It alone is charity. It alone is austerities. Know that there is no doubt about this. See what is he saying? The means by which this mind, which is so restless and moves quicker than the wind, the means, the way, the method with this mind can be brought under control is indeed the means to obtain liberation. So, in one line, he is just saying, if you can bring this turbulent mind in control, he says how later on, but he is saying the main verse, if you can bring that in control, it is indeed a mean to obtain liberation. It is indeed what is good for those who seek the permanent reality. It is good for those who are seeking the ultimate truth. And he says, this itself is pure consciousness and the state of formness. Formness means stillness, there is nothing else, nischal. Moreover, it alone is the righteous duty to be followed by discerning aspirants. What is the duty? To bring the turbulent mind under control. Means what we are talking here is to eradicate the mind itself. To work on eradicating the mind. He says this is the righteous duty of all discerning aspirants. And he says this itself alone is the pilgrimage to holy waters. What is pilgrimage to holy waters? We go for parikramas, all the holy waters, the holy rivers. This alone, he says, this task of yours of bringing your mind under that control is itself the pilgrimage to holy waters. And he says this itself is charity itself. What you do charity means there's nothing bigger than this. Even charity, pilgrimage to holy waters, all the austerities that he says is not bigger than this task that you are to focus on. Know that there is no doubt about this, Lord Shiva says. Then, verse 10 he says, when the mind moves even a little, that is samsara. Samsara means worldly bondage. When the mind abides firmly and motionlessly, means in the self, that is mukti, liberation. This is certain, he says. Therefore, know that the wise man must hold his mind firm by the supreme self-awareness. So, what is he says? He says, even if the mind moves a little vritti in the mind, a little movement in your mind, one thought, you are in samsara, worldly bondage. But he says, when the mind abides firmly and motionlessly, nischal hoke, in the self, when the mind merges with the self, the pure awareness, he says that is mukti or liberation. And he says this is certain. Therefore, know that the wise man must hold his mind firm by supreme self-awareness. So what is he in this verse is trying to be told is what exactly Bhagwan Ramana is saying. Abide with yourself. Be rooted with yourself. When you are rooted with yourself, your mind dissolves into the self. You might have this question now, we are talking about destroying. How can you destroy the mind? How can you destroy the mind? Do you need to do it? No doing. By being in that state of what he calls it, supreme self-awareness. In that state of supreme self-awareness, that mind is automatically merged into that self. The mind dissolves, begins dissolving. It doesn't happen overnight. It is with this practice. Verse 11, the happiness attained in this aloneness is the highest boundless bliss. This aloneness means it is not sitting alone in a room or something. See, when you are in a state of awareness, when you are completely merged with the Supreme, there is aloneness, there is nothing else. You, I am that, that's all. That's the only experience that you have. You and the bliss. That is what is called as aloneness. So he says the happiness attained in this aloneness is the highest boundless bliss, Ananda. Satchidananda is talking about, which learned persons will not reveal in that supreme reality, revel in that supreme reality in which there is absolutely no action. Tell me, he is asking. He is telling which learned person will not revel in that supreme reality. He is telling जिसको ज्ञान हो गया, one who has become aware of this wisdom, which wise person will not revel, will not remain in this supreme reality, will not like to remain in this supreme reality in which there is absolutely no action. Tell me, he is asking. Shiva says, tell me, he is asking Parvati. Which learned person will not revel in supreme reality in which there is no absolutely action? Tell me. Verse 12. Being rid of worldly knowledge, the great hero who has acquired pure wisdom in which there are no sense objects and which is all pervading and without any form, will attain immutable moksha without fail, even though he may have no desire to attain liberation. Oh, I'm sorry. Here the book is obstructing on this YouTube. So anyways, I think you have seen the cover. This is the cover. I'll show it to you in the end so that you can always refer to. This is a collected version of many other things, like Viveka Chudamani is there, also there. Adi Shankaracharya is this. Bhagwan Ramana is beautifully written on that. And then there is hymns to Dakshinamurti. And there is Vicharamanimala, another sacred document. And then there is miscellaneous verses of Ramana in this. And there are 8 stanzas, 8 songs sung to Sri Arunachala. And this is very beautiful because this has been sung by Guru Namah Shivaya, the disciple of Guhai Namah Shivaya. There is a Jiva Samadhi of Guhai Namah Shivaya on Arunachaleshwara hill. He is the disciple of Guru Namah Shivaya. So the Guru disciple are both around in that cave only. They are Jiva Samadhis. This has been written by, very powerful Jiva Samadhi. This has been written by him. And then there are some spiritual instruction. There is self-inquiry, understanding who am I and all that stuff. It has very good translation from Dakshinamurti Stotra, Guru Stuti, Hastamalaka Stotra, Atma Bodha. Atma Bodha is one of the beautiful text of Adi Shankaracharya, who also wrote Viveka Chudamani. Yes, so I was there in the 12th verse. He says, being rid of worldly knowledge is all the wisdom that we have of the world, the education system, and all the knowledge that we have of samsara, that is called worldly knowledge. He says, being rid of worldly knowledge, the great hero, he calls him as a great hero, who has got rid of all this worldly knowledge. This great hero who has acquired pure wisdom in which there are no sense objects, pure wisdom in which there are no sensory objects, all the panchendriyas are absent, and which is all pervading without any form, will attain immutable moksha without fail, even if he might have no desire to attain liberation. So what can be greater than this verse where Shiva himself is telling that even if he does not desire liberation But the one who has given up the worldly knowledge, worldly yearn, and acquired this pure wisdom, liberation cannot escape from that person, he says, even if he does not desire it. So the 13th verses, the consciousness or the Chaitanya associated with the aspect am is called Shakti. The universe shines by its light. All of creation is Shakti's sankalpa or thought. The state of mind which is completely devoid of attachment is pure wisdom to be attained. So the final goal of the pure wisdom is that wisdom which is completely devoid of any attachments. Completely devoid. That is pure wisdom, what they are talking about. And the pure wisdom is also revealing here the consciousness, the Chaitanya associated with the aspect am, I am, is called Shakti. The universe shines by its light, its own light. All of creation is Shakti Sankalpa. See, the consciousness is the one who has created this. The Sat is not involved in anything. It is just a mere witnesser. The desire, the creator, the annihilator is all the consciousness, the Shakti who does it. This is related to the pure wisdom that we are talking about. So the 14th verse, the void means the emptiness. The void which is infinite and all encompassing one, whole without a second, which is just the effulgence of pure wisdom, which is completely devoid of the visible phenomena which consists of the aspect of I, is the seed which fructifies as liberation, bestowing salvation by enabling one to unite with the Supreme. So here in this word he is talking about the void, that emptiness, that nothingness. He says that is the effulgence of the pure wisdom, that is the source of the pure wisdom, which is completely devoid of the I. There is no I there. And this is the seed which fructifies, which later turns into liberation, and it bestows the salvation, means the moksha of uniting the jiva or the atman with the paramatma. 15. Instead of following this direct path, do not ever contemplate, even in the least, upon chakras, nadis, the deities associated with the lotus seeds, the mantraksharas, and the diverse mandala murtis. Starting from the controlling sun, that is the Surya Mandala, the moon, the Chandra Mandala, and the fire, Agni Mandala. These are all mandalas. If you see in the Agama Sastras, all these are mentioned, the different mandalas. So what is he trying to say in this? It's a direct word. We might even not fathom or understand. You mean Lord Shiva said this? Yes, he did. There's some disturbance that happening here. I hope it's not disturbing the live here. I'm not sure if this live is still playing, but I can see it is active. Actually, I'm unable to read the comments also there. So I think if you are commenting right now from now on YouTube, I'm not able to see it, but I know the live is on. So in the 15th verse, he says something that is still more important. He says, instead of following this direct path, do not ever contemplate on, even in the least, he says. Do not think even a bit in that direction. Which direction? Even in the least, do not contemplate upon chakras, which are the six or the seven centers in the body and the sukshma body, the nadis, which are the subtle nerves that produce the divine 10 sounds, which is also called as the pranava. Do not contemplate on the deities associated with the lotus seeds on those chakras. That begins with Vinayaka, means the Ganesha, means it's on the Muladhara. The mantraksharas means the potent sound or the mantras which is used for the worship of deities. He says, don't contemplate on it. And the diverse mandala murtis, starting from those controlling the sun, that is the Surya Mandala, the Chandra Mandala, the Agni Mandala. So, what is he trying to say is, all this is not valid on this direct path. Now, it is the same Shiva, when it takes a dual form, it has explained scriptures of do this, do that, all that. It is for the doers who are still not able to fathom all these things. This is not everybody's cup of tea. Okay, I want you to realize that. This is not everybody's bit of game. So everybody will not understand this. So for those who do not understand, for them is all the other adharas, all the other dual practices. But the one who has come to this mumukshutva, this text is for them, in which Shiva is advising this, that without a second thought, apart from this direct path, do not ever contemplate on any of these. And then, okay, there's a note here for this 15th verse also. Some aspirants indulge in severe austerities and arduous practices, mastering several techniques and incidentally attaining extraordinary supernatural powers as well. All these are to be shunned, as these do not lead to the ultimate peace and joy. On the other hand, the path of Kala Jnana, this is the path of Kala Jnana, what we are talking about. On the other hand, the path of Kala Jnana described here is the direct path to Mukti. So the note also says that by doing all these, what we said, contemplating on chakras and this and that and all that mantras and all that, there are most chances where one can master these techniques and even without wish, incidentally also can attain extraordinary supernatural powers. He is talking about siddhis, which I already told in my session today here. He says, wants, shun this, because this will not lead you to that what you are here for. It will not lead you to that ultimate mukti. So these all have to be shunned, he says. 16th verse. Those who seek everlasting liberation need not endeavor to practice repetition and countless verse mantras, repeating potential scriptural words or texts to gain various ends, and methods of yoga such as breath control, pranayama, breath retention, which is kumbhaka, and concentration. Just 1 minute, guys. Just excuse me for a moment. I'm very sorry. This is giving little troubles. Just in a minute, I'll be done. I deliberately kept this session at 1 because I just was hoping that everybody has their lunch and is sitting without the botheration of having some food. That's the reason I kept it at this time. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Punamji. I know it's clear, but I'm losing that page itself. It's going off somewhere, but I know the camera is on, so it's catching off from there. Okay, thank you so much. I have to keep this mouse somewhere. See, now these might all be a little shocking for all of us because we have always known paths that so much of doership, and this where we are coming. And initially, even when I used to talk about it, when I used to think about this, I used to not get a good feeling. No, no, no. How can this be true? Then I saw scriptures of Bhagwan Ramana, and then introduced to scriptures right from the Agama Sastras. Means this is there. All this is there, already there. So the direct path we are talking about, the 15th verse, he says, instead of following this direct, that we are done. 16th verse, those who seek everlasting liberation need not endeavor to practice repetition and countless verse mantras, means japas. For them, it's not needed. And methods of yoga, such as breath control with pranayama or kumbhaka, which is breath retention and concentration. This is all not needed on this kala jnana direct path. Shiva says to Parvati. Verse 17. There is no room for performing puja, namaskaram, japa, dhyana, and so on. Hear from me that the highest truth acclaimed in the Vedas can be known only through jnana. Hence, there is absolutely no need to know anything outside of oneself. One of the most beautiful verse. 17th verse he says, there is no room for puja. There is no room for even namaskaram. Hari Om, Namo Namaha, whatever you call that. No room for namaskarams or prostrations, salutations, sashtang pranam, japa, dhyana, means meditation, and so on. There is no room for all this on this direct path. Hear from me that the highest truth acclaimed in the Vedas can only be acquired through this jnana. What is this jnana? This is the Paravani jnana, the direct wisdom of the ultimate truth, which Shiva is giving to Parvati now. Hence, there is absolutely no need to know anything outside of yourself, anything outside of this true inner self. It is not needed to know. 18th verse. For those whose minds are constantly expanding, clinging to external objects, factors will always arise causing increasing bondage. Means the more bahidrishti you are, the more you are seeking your happiness outside, in something, someone outside. He says these factors will always cause increasing bondage. If the outward wandering mind, bahimukhi man, is turned inwards, antarmukhi man, to stay in its natural state, sahaj sthiti, know that one will not undergo any suffering in this world. So this verse is telling the root cause of your suffering is due to the increasing bondage that you have due to the all the time outward projections of your indriyas. Outward, you're constantly expanding and clinging to external objects, anything apart from the self. When you cling to anything outside, that becomes the root cause of your bondage, which becomes the cause of your suffering. And he says, he reveals, if this outer wandering mind, which is what I'm surprised, because all the practice which we have done, I have only talked about this bahimukhi man, turning it antarmukhi, antardrishti. So here it reveals, if the outward wandering mind is turned inward to stay in its natural state of awareness, natural state, know that one will not undergo any suffering. The secret of secret just revealed. The whole suffering is coming due to external clingings. When you cling to your own self, suffering will vanish, is what Shiva promises here. Verse 19, unite with that one totality which is all pervasive, which is no inside or outside. We are talking about the Akasha, the space, eternal space. It has no in, out, nothing. The Chirakasha. That one pervasiveness, that one totality. He is telling, unite with that, merge with that, which is bereft of all direction. It has no direction like above, below, and in between, which assumes all the forms in creation and yet is itself formless. This nothingness assumes the forms of everything but yet is formless, he says. He's talking about that nothingness, that void, which can also be known only by itself and which is self-luminous. See, this space of void can be known by itself, he says. Means the self, we are talking about the soul, the self, which is nothingness, it's absolutely blank, voidness, nothing. But it can be known by the self itself. The self only can realize itself, which is self-luminous, means it has got light of its own. That light can be realized only by itself. The next 20th verse, people perform their actions having their own aims in mind. This is what I told you. Any action, any karta thing you do, there is a sankalpa in, whether you have consciously done it or unconscious, but there is a sankalpa. There is a desire for something. That is why he says, people perform their actions having their own aims in mind, and they accordingly reap the consequences of the actions by attaining those aims. So once they attain that aim, there is a consequence. This is the cause and effect. If you put forth a desire, there will be a repulsive effect on that. There is a cause and there is an effect. So he says, when that effect comes back, that is the consequence of what you have sent forth. You have asked for something, you have got something, that is the karma bandhana. That is what he says. And they accordingly reap the consequences of their actions by attaining those aims. There is some sankalpa in mind and you go out to do it out in the world by the karta bhava. You go to do it and then there is a consequence to that, and then you reap the consequences of that action which you did to attain that. Therefore, do not engage in such actions which are not free from the flaws. Flaws means anything that leads to bondage. So he says, do not go into any action which is not free from flaws. Any action you do, it will have a flaw. This is what this sentence is clearly saying. Even if you don't know about it, you might say it is the most pavitra action that I am doing. There is no pavitra action. He says, therefore, do not engage in such actions which are not free from flaws. Absolutely selfless, which is not there, absolutely pure. He says, do not engage in any such actions which will lead you to bondage. Turn the attention completely away from the external objects and concentrate upon only that. That means the self, which cannot be seen. So he's telling in simple words, take off your attention from all that you can see and put your attention on that which cannot be seen. Take off all your awareness from all that can be seen through the panchindriyas, seen, felt, heard, smelled, tasted, touched. Take off your awareness from that and put your awareness on the self which cannot be seen. Verse 21, in our natural state, actions, cause and the result of such actions and all the various other theories propounded in the scriptures do not exist. He says, when you return to your natural state, the sahaj sthiti that you are, the being, when you are in a natural state, the action, cause and results of such action and all other theories such propounded in the scriptures do not really exist. What is he trying to say? He is telling the theory of karma does not exist. The cause and effect and the consequence of that action, which is propounded in so many scriptures, it is mentioned. He says, when you are in that Sahaj Sthiti, all this does not exist. In fact, even the diverse world does not exist. He says, in fact, when that sthiti, even this diverse world does not exist. I told you the example of when you are sleeping, the whole world does not exist for you. You are in that sthiti. But there it's an unconscious sthiti. Here he's talking consciously, you are aware of that sthiti. Like sleep, and nothing is there in that samadhi state. As such, even the worldly individual who is attached to the various attraction of the world is also non-existent. So, even the worldly individual means it's myself only. The moment I am in my sahasthiti, the me who is so much attached to the worldly attachments and various attractions of the world also ceases to exist. That also the existence dissolves. That means the false I dissolves when you are in the real I. Verse 22. The entire universe is nothing but the nirlamba. Nirlamba means the reality which exists without any support. The entire universe is nothing but the nirlamba. Further, it shines being illumined by the nirlamba. Means this whole world is nothing but it shines itself. All this creation you can see, it is illumined by that nothingness, that nirlamba only is saying. The yogi, with his mind turned inward, merges with this whole, becomes one with it, and by making every object in this world one with it. Know this, he says. Means the yogi, the practice, he's talking about the sadhana, the practice here. The yogi, with his mind turned inwards towards the self, he merges with this self that is the whole, the void, and becomes one with it. There is no difference between me and that self. You become one with it by making every object in this world one with it. Means every form that you can even imagine of, it merges. The whole attention, the awareness is that everything is in that one self, dissolves into that. He says, know this. Verse 23. If any person does not meditate on this great all-pervading void, this nothingness, which is the space of consciousness, Chidakasha, he will be a samsari, a worldly individual, forever in the bondage of worldly attachments, like the silkworm in its self-made cocoon. Understand this, Shiva says. So he says, now what happens if you don't meditate on the self, on the void? He says, if any person does not meditate on this great all-pervading void, this nothingness, which is the space of consciousness, he says. Space of consciousness exactly means Chidakasha. Here in brackets it's written Chidakasha. Which is the space of consciousness, that is the Chidakasha. If he does not meditate on this, he will automatically become a samsari, a worldly person, forever in bondage to the worldly attachments. Like the silkworm in its cocoon. You must have seen the silkworm. They all create their own cocoon and they are sitting inside that. They are covered up in that cocoon. He says you will remain a samsari, entangled with all the worldly attachments, like the silkworm in the cocoon. Understand this, he says. Verse 24. All living beings of whatever genus undergo great misery over and over again. Hear from me. In order to avert this great suffering and sorrow, meditate on the great void constantly without any break. Now, this might not be in a reality practice. This sounds good for that. Then you might argue, how? No, this scripture is revealed to the one who is serious about mukti. Okay, that is why these things are told. Now all this we are having an understanding. I am not saying we are going to immediately have an enlightenment, but we are having an insight of the greater truth. What the greater truth is. We are having an enlightening knowing of what the Supreme Shiva consciousness is actually trying to convey through all this. So we are knowing the reality, the ultimate truth now. Now to practice, when, how, it is all upon us. So if the practice is serious practice, here is the suggestion what he says in 24 verse. All the living beings of whatever genus undergo so many great miseries over and over again. Means whoever, even if he is a genius or whatever that person is, all living beings regularly undergo misery over and over again. That is why I tell all my friends, don't think that you are only the sufferer. We all feel that you don't know my story, you don't. Everybody has a story and everybody has had immense suffering, especially the people who have come to spirituality. Poochho mat. Only most of them, when they get fed up with the suffering, only they end up here. So there is no point in competing with my sorrow is greater than yours. So there is no pride about my sufferings. Here Shiva himself says this. All living beings undergo great misery over and over again. Hear from me. In order to avoid this all suffering and sorrow, meditate on the great void constantly without any break. If you want permanent mukti from this, the best practice that he says is concentrate and put your awareness on that void, that self, constantly without any break. So if you do that consistently, you have this higher chances of immediate results from this. Verse number 25. Good actions and good conduct have been practiced only to guide the seeker towards the path of acquiring knowledge. Therefore, give up even Salamba Yoga. We'll see what is that. In which an object is meditated upon in the mind. Stay steadfast in your real state, in your Sahaja Swarupa, where the outside world is not perceived. See, and this very greatly is saying what I just mentioned in my talk here in the start. Good actions and good conduct have been prescribed. Acha karo, सेवा करो, ये करो, पुण्य करो, good merits कमाओ, blessings कमाओ. Good actions and good conduct have been prescribed only to guide the seekers toward the path of acquiring knowledge. Means all these jo we talked about, good actions, good conduct, good service and all those things, is again to bring you to this path of this wisdom, he says. It will lead you finally here only. Therefore, he says, give up even Salamba Yoga. What is Salamba Yoga? Salanga Yoga literally means yoga with support. That is, any spiritual practice in which the mind clings to some object as a support. Beautiful. So that is Salamba. Salamba Yoga means you are using any object. Now, when we do these practices, we say, concentrate on your favorite deity. Salamba Yoga. There is a deity, there is an object. Concentrate on the Guru Chitra. There is an object. Concentrate on the Guru Paduka. There is an object. Concentrate on a chakra. There is an object. Concentrate on a mantra. There is an object. All this is Salamba Yoga. Anything on which the mind focuses on. So what he says, therefore, giving up even Salamba Yoga, in which an object such as a mantra or a form of God is meditated upon in the mind, instead of that he says, stay steadfast in your real state, that is Sahaja Swarupa, that is your real true form, where the outside world is not perceived. So ultimately, in every verse you can see abiding by the self, abiding by the self. Everything is on that. There is a note here. Actions prescribed include worship of Shiva in one's mind as well as outside. See, in this Salamba Yoga, they say, even it includes the worship of Shiva, inside or outside. Outside it might be a Shivlinga, outside it might be a deity, it might be a chitra, a picture, a form, an idol, or it can be even inside. Meditating on the form of Shiva, on some Swarupa of Shiva. He says that also is included in Salamba Yoga, which has to be given up. The various ceremonies prescribed in Agama Sastras for worshipping Shiva in Saguna form in temple are also covered in good conduct. So it includes even the various ceremonies, the rituals that is prescribed even in the Agama Shastras. It is said, do this way, do that way, worship Shiva in the Saguna form. All that is there mentioned, that also is covered in good conduct here. Okay, with good respect only it is Salamba Yoga means it includes that also. Means what does it say? See, it is Agama Shastra says worship God in this way, that way. It's all there, Shastras. But the highest truth reveals, give up that also. Verse number 26. Okay, I'm glad to see consistently people are here. I thought they would run away after a few. Here in the Facebook, people ran away. This is an open one. This has got dedicated people who know this subject in YouTube. So that consistent number is there. But here it is fluctuating because new people are coming to just see, and then they hear this, oh, give up this, run away. It's very scary. 26. One who can destroy all the tattvas from Patala Loka to Shakti, which are all interdependent by the arrow of Sunya Bhava, is a man of great valor. He has attained supreme wisdom, which is beyond matter. He says the one who can destroy all the tattvas, all the principles. What tattva means? All the elements. What elements? He says from the Patal Loka. Patal Loka is the lowest dimension of element which has been created in the Prakriti, how it has unfolded this world, to Shakti. Shakti means the consciousness from where it began creation, from there till the Patal Loka, all these tattvas which are there, the one who can destroy all this, which is all interdependent on each other, the one who can destroy all these tattvas with the arrow of Sunya Bhava is a man of great valor. He has attained supreme wisdom, which is beyond matter. Means the one who can destroy these elements means, how do you destroy it? By not becoming a doer, by not doing any tapas and eradicating this and that, nothing, by not doing. If you go into your Swarupa, Sahaja Swarupa, natural state, all these tattvas lose its importance. That's what it's been trying to say. The one who can destroy means that is the destruction, by not paying attention to it. It says by Sunya Bhava. What is Sunya Bhava now? Note, in Sunya Bhava, the individual is only aware of his conscious being, while everything else is like a void, Shunya, without existence. So, Sunya Bhava means the individual, the awareness, see the word is used, the individual is only aware of his conscious being, means only the being, the I. In that Bhava, that is called the Shunya Bhava. While everything else, it just goes into the void, there is nothing else, only this being, the Sat, is experienced without any other existence. That is called Sunya Bhava. So here he says, the one who destroys all these tattvas from Sakti to Patala Loka with the arrow of Sunya Bhava, that means this oneness, same it is this, abiding by the self, he has attained supreme wisdom and is a man of great valor. Means done. That's the highest wisdom one has obtained if one knows till here. 27, verse 27. The mind, hankering after the things of the world, is more restless than a monkey. If one controls it from wandering from one external things if one controls it from wandering after external things and holds it in the void of non-matter, one will attain liberation directly. Same verse in different ways. He says the mind that is hankering constantly after this, after that, thinking this, that, never at ease, the mind is more restless than a monkey. He is saying the monkey is still better, the mind is more restless than that. If one controls this external wandering into all these things and from one thought to the other, if one can become aware, how do you control? Not by doing anything. You just become aware of your mind jumping restlessly and suddenly the thing will drop. It's like a CCTV. Will a thief commit a crime when he knows the CCTV is on? No. When the CCTV is not on, all the crime is there. But the moment when the thief is doing a crime, a robbery or something, suddenly they see CCTV. What happens? Their actions freeze. Their everything freeze because now they know they will be caught. They are seeing, they are being watched by something. Your mind is like that. It does all the tandavs. It does all the running about. But the moment it sees the awareness is watching, it becomes shy, embarrassed, because it knows someone is watching. That is the only way to control this mind. This is, I have talked in many. This, the more aware you become of my thinking, my thoughts, my patterns, this will stop. You need not distract your mind. Oh no, too much. My mind is running here. Let me go and watch a movie, or let me go and eat something, or let me think of something else, or let me go into my old memories and distract myself. No, it is not. It's dangerous again, because that will make the mind more restless. Rather, leave the mind alone and become an observer and see what the mind is doing without opinion, judgment. Let it do whatever. Suddenly, you'll see the thoughts are becoming straightened because now it has become conscious of the CCTV awareness. So, that is what he says. One controls the mind from wandering after external thing and holds it in the void of non-matter, one will attain liberation. 28. The full consciousness, that is Purna Chitta, which is not other than the true import of the word I, and though being other than the erroneous conviction I am this body, it permeates all the principles. It is all pervading reality. So this is a little complicated in this word, but all the essence of this word it's trying to say is the Purna Chitta, the full consciousness which is there, the Purna Chitta which is there, it is nothing different. This Purna Chitta is nothing different from the pure I am, that state which is there. It is not less than anything of this. Technical troubles. So the Purna Chitta, he says, is nothing more than the true import of the word I, the true I, which is opposite from that feeling of I am the body, the opposite, the false I. It's not that, it's the real I. He's saying that's the Purna Chitta. And this permeates in all the tattvas, all the tattva that we saw, it is the same stuff which is there. This I amness is there. It is the all pervading reality. Verse 29, this complete wholeness pervades inside and outside all creations like ether. Ether means space, Chidakash, Akash, Tattva. Like ether, merging with them and in itself is formless. What is he saying? This whole wholeness, this complete what you see, pervades inside and outside in all the creations like space. Like space you can see everywhere. You go to the space, it's the same space. The space right in front of your nose is the space that is connected even to Mercury, even to so and so galaxy. It's the same space that's there. So just like that, he says everything is pervading, even in this creation, it is the same space that is pervading like the ether, like the space, which in itself is formless. I hope I'm still running live on YouTube. Then he says, Dear, those who are submerged in the supreme bliss become that supreme bliss themselves. Supreme bliss, submerged in the supreme bliss, the Satchidananda, which is already there. It's a bliss experience that's already happening. The one who submerges with that supreme bliss becomes that supreme bliss itself. Then you become Satchidananda itself. See how wonderful. This is there in the phrase. See how wonderful. Verse 30, the expanding mind will attain peace, become still of its own accord if it is deprived of something to hold on to, just as fire gets extinguished gradually if it is not fed with fuel. He says this expanding mind, which is always running outside, will attain peace and become still automatically if it is deprived of something to hold on to. Mind is already holding on. So if you deprive that attention where it can go and hold on to something, he says the mind will become still automatically, because it will not get anything to hold on to, just like the fire gets extinguished gradually if not fed with fuel. So if you see a fire is spreading out somewhere, it needs something to burn. It needs an element to burn, wood or something that is combustible, then only it can burn. Suppose that does not happen. Suppose there is a forest fire that's happening and the fire is getting burned, but the forest has got a narrow path in between. There's a road in between which is separating the forest. The forest fire will stop there because the road is not conducive to burn. But if it would have had some burning material, combustible material, it would have burned. So he says, like the fire gets extinguished gradually if it is not fed with fuel. So anything fuel means anything that is combustible. You must realize. So the mind also is telling, if it does not get ahara, something to feed upon, it will extinguish on its own. Verse 31, you must realize that the four states of infatuation, delusion, swoon, and dreaming, as also sleeping and waking, are to be completely dispelled. Infatuations, the attractions that we have, four states, the infatuations or the attraction that we have, the delusions that we have. The delusions is the false impression, the false feeling of this is real, this is real. Mind creates something, it's so real, and we project it on someone saying that my mind, I'm feeling this. Why are you doing this? What's happening with this? It's a delusion of the mind. Okay, so the four states he says, first is infatuation, that is attraction to and attractions and attachment to things. Delusion, the confusions of the mind. The swoon means due to shock, the sudden shock that we get, when we are awakened out of something, some misery, some trauma, something happens to us, it's a rude shocks, we say sometimes. This is called the swoon. And the fourth state of dreaming, daydreaming or night dreaming, which is not real, imagination, fantasies. As also the sleeping and waking states are all to be dispelled. These are the states that has to be ignored, dispelled. Verse number 32, if one meditates that the one consciousness is different from the prana, which has subtly attached itself to this gross body from the mind, from the intellect, and from the ego, one will be established in that consciousness. So he says, if one meditates on the one conscious, only on the chitta, the chaitanya, the chitta, if one just is putting the awareness on the chitta and realizing that this chitta is different from the prana and the subtle bodies and the mind and the intellect and the ego, it has nothing to do with it. If you just realize by meditating on the chitta that you are this pure awareness, you are not this body, you are not this subtle body, you are not this ego, you are not this intellect, you are not this mind, if you can differentiate that in the chitta experience, says one will become established in that consciousness. Verse 33, due to sleep and due to thoughts, the mind always loses its sharpness. Its foolishness increases and it goes to ruin. I hope the live is on here. He says, due to sleep and due to the thoughts, the mind always loses its sharpness. The mind can lose its sharpness only with two things, he says: sleep and due to thoughts which are always running in the mind. These dull the mind, it loses its sharpness. Sleep means excess sleep, okay? Oversleep, it's not the restful sleep. The oversleep and the continuously running thoughts, these are the two things that will destroy the sharpness of the mind, and the foolishness increases. Means the mind become duller and it goes to ruin. It gets destroyed. The mind goes into a ruin. I have experienced this. The more duller, lethargy state of the mind, when you go into too much of excess sleep and excess rest mode and lethargy, you go into that, you can see the dullness of the mind. The mind cannot operate, it cannot work on its own. It loses its sharpness. I have seen this. It happens. And too much of thinking all the time, thoughts. These two things dull the mind, he says. And it can take you to ruin also, it says. Awakening this mind with effort and without allowing it to wander, establish it in the state of the self. Persevere in this effort by fixing the mind again and again in the natural state. Sahaja Swarupa, bring it again and again with effort. He says here, awakening the mind with effort and without allowing it to wander. It wanders, bring it back into the chitta. It goes away, bring it back into the chitta. By fixing again and again, he says the goal will be accomplished. 34, verse 34, when once the mind becomes steady, it should not be disturbed in any way. These are one of the most of the beautiful tips to the seekers. Once the mind has become steady, then do not disturb it in any way. There is no need to think, even in the least, of anything else. Do not entertain any doubts. Fixing the mind firmly in that state of self-awareness, keep it still. This is some tips to the practitioners who are practicing awareness and who want to expand that consciousness to longer durations and experience that. They can get faster on this path by this verse, what he's trying to say. When the mind becomes steady, once your mind becomes steady, it's not wavering, and you can see you're dropping your attention, awareness into that stillness, says, then don't disturb the mind in any way. There is no need to even think, even the least, he says, of anything, or entertain any doubts. Nothing is required there at that time. Fixing the mind firmly in that state of self-awareness, keep it still. These are tips given to have the profound experiences of that. We usually know certain things, but we might not have instructions as to how. These are instructions again, tips given to the seekers. When it becomes steady, don't disturb it in any way. So these are a part of practices where you can focus these things on. Verse 35, make the mind which is always clinging to some support devoid of all such supports, making the mind which is restless in clinging to external support motionless. Do not disturb that tranquility even a little. If you can do this all the time, great, you become a Jivan Mukta. But if you are doing it as a practices, you can do it whenever you are in practice. Like whenever I am in Ramana Ashram, or whenever I am in those sacred spaces where I am stillness, there I make it sure that make the mind devoid of all supports. Pull back everything, switch off your cell phones, pull off all your connections, no telephone contacts, no talking also, no any kind of discussion, any worldly thing. Put off everything, especially anything, uh, any support that is attaching itself to sense objects, sensory objects, anything of the five senses. if you can pull back at that time, if you can make it motionless, he says, and if it is completely devoid connection from all the external objects, and if it has become motionless, he says, don't disturb the tranquility even a little. Means these are tips that is guiding, that it is leading you to somewhere, to the source, to the self. So when that happens, let it be in that state. So this can be done when you're doing intense practices, a long duration practice where you don't have disturbances. But if you are making this your life event, so Jivan Mukti state. Verse 36. Meditate on the peerless self which pervades all the various forms, yet remains without any blemish, being unaffected by them, just as ether, pervading all the creations made up of the five elements, remains unsullied at the time of their dissolution. So he is again repeating it in a different way. Meditate on the peerless self which pervades all various forms. It's all the forms in that self only. Yet it remains unaffected by any of these forms. It is connected to everything, but it is unaffected. It's completely in that still state. Just as ether, that is pervading, we just said ether means space, that is pervading in all the five elements. Panchabhutas, it's there. In the Agni, in the Vayu, in the Jala, in the Prithvi, and the Akash. All the five, these elements, the space is evading. Just like that, remain in that. Unaffected by any of these, because it's the same stuff. 37 verse. When one adopts the practice by means of which one's mind, which is restless like the wind, is made still perpetually, then the purpose of taking birth as a human being is fulfilled. That also is a mark of a true scholar. So he says, when one adopts this kind of a practice where one's restless mind, like the wind which is there, it is made still in the Sahaj Swarupa. He says the purpose of taking human birth itself is fulfilled. That is a mark of a true scholar. Verse 38. Do not practice meditation by fixing the mind on the six Adhara chakras. Again repeated. The ones that are up or down or in the middle or anywhere else. Giving up all such meditations make the mind always devoid of any support, either inside or outside. Some secrets again revealed. The same repetition, but more stress is given. Do not practice meditation by fixing the mind on the six Adhara chakras, the ones that are up or down or middle or anywhere else. Giving up all such meditation make the mind devoid of any support. What he's trying to say is that also is a kind of support that the mind is clinging to, chakras and this and that. The mind wants to cling to something to feel that Adhara, to feel that doership. So he says, giving up such meditation makes the mind devoid, means free of all this kind of support. Verse 39. If the mind falls asleep, awaken it. Then, if it starts wandering, make it quiet. If you reach the state where there is neither sleep nor movement of mind, stay still in that. That is the real natural state, the Sahaja Swarupa. See, we have all heard of all this. Thank you, Murlidharaji. Thank you so much. I have no idea about what's happening in YouTube, but I am glad you are there. You are watching. Thank you. So what he says here is interesting. If the mind falls asleep, awaken it. Means, see, these are the experiences of practitioners. They do not know what happens when the mind falls asleep. When you are meditating, you'll know it. He says awaken it. Through what? Only through awareness. Only awareness can do this. Then if it starts wandering, if you awaken the mind and it starts wandering here and make it quiet, he says. How to make it quiet? By coming into the Sahaja Swarupa, which is all mentioned here in previous states, verses. And he says, if you reach that, doing this practice, if you reach that state where there is neither sleep nor movement of mind. Sleep means tandravastha. You're gone. You must have seen when you are meditating, you're deeply gone, and then that is the mind going into sleep. So you sleep, awaken it. So through your awareness, you can remain aware. That is important. Being aware is important. Going like this and for half an hour, 1 hour, and then say, "Oh, I had a great meditation." That's not. So these will give you the tips of what's exactly happening. That is what he meant to say. If the mind falls asleep, awaken it through your awareness. Don't let it go to sleep. Don't enjoy that sleep, slumber, and think that wonderful meditation. No. The whole practice is to become aware of the self. If you pass it into sleep, you will not become aware of it. So if the mind falls asleep, awaken it. And then he said, then if it starts wandering, see, the moment mind awakes, it will start wandering. He says, then if it starts wandering, make it quiet. Make it quiet means how? Bring it into your awareness into the chitta. Means the whole practice is to stay alert and awake and aware. See, that is what is secretly revealed in this text. Then he says, if you reach the state where there is neither the sleep nor the movement of the mind, means there is only awareness at that time. These both are activities. Sleep also is gone and the wandering also is gone. When you reach that state, he says, stay still in that. The awareness will make you know, okay, I am in that state. He says, stay in that state. For that is the real natural state. That is the Sahaj Sarupa which we have been talking all this while. See, it has been revealed in verse number 39. Verse number 40. The state in which the mind is bereft of any support to cling to, ever faultless and pure, and devoid of worldly attachments, is the nature of liberation attained through knowledge. Keep this firmly in mind. What does he say? The state in which the mind is bereft of any support. We are talking about take off all the supports, including chakras and this and mantras, and all support systems have been taken off now. Now it is only in the Sahaj Sarupa, ever in the faultless and the pure state, he says, which is devoid of all worldly attachment. There is no attachment, nothing comes into this state. There's no connections anywhere. You are in that pure state, he says, is the nature of liberation attained through knowledge. Is the state, he says, is the nature of liberation that is attained through this wisdom, this knowledge. Keep this firmly in mind, he says. Verse number 41. Dispelling all attachments completely and fixing that mind in the heart firmly, persist in your practice always in order to strengthen the awareness, which then shines forth with great effulgence and clarity. Beautiful words. Dispelling all attachment, we have discussed till now. Remove all this support system, all this attachment, everything, and fix the mind in the heart. Heart means that self, that state. Persist in your practice. Do this persistently, this kind of a practice, always, in order to strengthen the awareness, he says. See, awareness will get strengthened in this, which then shines, which means what? The awareness will then shine forth with great effulgence and clarity. Verse number 41 is a beautiful verse to strengthen your awareness, which is you. 42. Know that whoever meditates on that supreme void and becomes established in it by virtue of constant practice will definitely attain the great state which is beyond birth and death. Very clear the statement is. Verse number 43. Gods and goddesses, merits and demerits, and their fruits, which are likewise anya. Anya means other than oneself. Objects of attachment and the knowledge of those objects, all these will lead one to bondage in mighty samsara. He is talking in this verse, what will lead you to this bondage in this samsara, in this Maya Jagat mein fasna? What will keep you attached and connected and stuck in this Maya Jagat? He says, gods and goddesses will keep you stuck. Merits and demerits. What is that? Papa, punya, and phala, and their fruits. All this kind of theory. Papa, ye punya, ye acha, ye bura, ye अच्छा कर्म, ये benefit, इसका whatever we called grace, blessings, what we gain, the fruits, karma phala, what we are talking, which are likewise anya, objects of attachments and knowledge of those attachment, all this, the objects of all these kind of attachment, the gods, goddesses, papa, punya, karma phala, this, that, theory of karma, all those things, these and the objects of attachment and the knowledge of all those objects of attachment also, all these will lead to strong bondage in the mighty samsara. Verse 44. All objects of attachment are said to be pairs of opposites. See, I've always talked about this dual world. Duality means two, always two. All objects of attachments, he says, will undergo the opposites: happiness, misery, good, bad, profit, loss, victory, defeat, papa, punya, and so on. When one rises above those two pairs of opposite, that is the duality, one realizes the Supreme. It is only when you leave this duality, beyond this two, you can attain the Supreme. Such a yogi is called Jivana Mukta, means one who is while alive only liberated, who is liberated from the bondage. On discarding the body, he becomes a Videha Mukta. Jivana Mukta means living only he is liberated, and Videha Mukta, on leaving the body, is Videha Mukta. He becomes devoid of any kind of attachment, including to body or the next janmas. Completely moksha. Verse number 45. A wise man should not give up the body out of aversion to it. Means a wise man should not give the body up out of aversion, something. Let's see this. Know that when one's prarabdha karma, which was responsible for the creation of the body, ceases, the body burden will automatically fall off. Basically, what he's trying to say is about suicide. Do not attempt suicide. Do not try to kill yourself or destroy your body or give up your body in all the miseries and sufferings. That is what it is. Wise men should not give up the body out of aversion for it. Know that once the prarabdha karma is over, which is responsible for making this body itself, when that is over, the body will automatically lose its burden, automatically give away, fall off. Verse number 46. The consciousness which shines as I in the heart lotus is pure and perfectly steady. By destroying the ego which rises from that consciousness itself bestows the supreme joy of liberation. Be sure of it. So the consciousness which shines in this space, sacred space, is perfect and flawless and steady, he says. By destroying the ego which rises out of the consciousness, where he is telling the ego is what? It has come out from your own chitta only, consciousness only. So by destroying that ego which is rises about from that consciousness bestows the supreme joy of liberation. Means the source, it is consciousness only, the ego comes. The moment the ego is destroyed, nothing else is left but the source. He says that bestows the supreme joy of liberation. Be sure about it, it says. 47 verse. With great devotion, meditating constantly that I am that Shiva, the form of the one consciousness that is always unsullied by any adjunct, dispel all your attachments. In simple words, he is saying, have that with great devotion, meditate consistently on that feeling of I am Shiva, means I am that supreme consciousness, without any other support system, and all your attachments will be dispelled. Verse number 48. Giving up all the notions about country, caste, blemishness, community, ashrama, such as bachelor, family, aesthetic, okay, means brahmacharya, grahastha, vanaprastha, sannyasa. He's telling give up all this. And the associated matters, hold on to the practice, always meditate upon the self, your own natural state. He says, giving up all the notion about this country, that country, my country, patriotism, that, all that, etc., caste, community, different ashramas, grahastha, vanaprastha, this yoga, that yogi, and all such associated matters. If you give up all that and practice always on the self, your own natural self, you will attain it. See, what you see consistently in this? Consistently you can see it is just only focusing on your self. Nothing else it's talking about. And precisely I can see this is what Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi exactly did. So I believe this Kala Jnana which is there, he was an embodiment of this Kala Jnana. Because I can see so much similarity of Ramana's life and verse number 49. I alone am. No one belongs to me, nor do I belong to anyone else. I can see no one who can call me his, neither can I see anyone who is mine. I am all alone. Now, when I talk about this, people can get jitters. Oh my God, it's so dangerous. Why? Because we have constantly had this practice of knowing that I am not alone. I have to be with something, and I have to always have a company because we are scared of being alone. There is this scare, there is this might of what will happen if I get alone. This one is troubling me so much. I'm sorry for this disturbances. So this verse says, the ultimate truth, I am alone. You are alone. Everybody is alone. Alone doesn't mean what we are thinking like, I don't have that one, I don't have this one, now I'm alone, what to do? Alone means the ultimate truth. If you see the self, when can you realize this? When you are practicing, when you are practicing this self-awareness and all that, and when you enter into that state, you will come to know at that state there is no one. There is only you and the void, and there is nothing else. That is alone. Meaning, that is why all the great mystics said, only you exist. There is no other. When somebody asked Bhagwan Ramana, what can I do for others? He said, there is no others. What if someone offends me? What should I say to them? He says, there is no others. So people couldn't get it. How is there no other? I can see there is so much here. He is calling from that point. In that state of oneness and only one aloneness is experienced. That is what he is saying. I alone am. In that state, no one belongs to me. And I don't belong to anyone else. In that state, I'm telling. Otherwise, when you are in the mind, everything, you are back into the samsara. He is talking about that state which will go on eventually expanding into your realness. Because that is Jivan Mukta. Realizing that you are alone, the self. So whenever I talk this, people will think, oh, I am alone, that one is alone, this one. No. Alone means you are merged into everything. Everyone is merged into you. Only one. That is aloneness. So you say, I can see no one who can call me his. In that state, I cannot see anybody who is calling me his or hers. Nor can I see anyone who is mine at that state. This is mine, that is mine, he is mine, she is mine. I cannot see in that state anyone. I am all alone. This is revealed in 49th verse. Verse number 50. Know that the person who experiences the firm conviction, I am Supreme Brahman, I am the Master and the Lord of the universe, is the real Mukta, one who has attained liberation. And that the one following the conflicting paths is in bondage. Very clearly, he says, know that the person who is with firm conviction, who's after a certain practice, he comes to know that I am the Supreme Brahman, I am the Creator, I am the Master, Lord of Universe, I am Shiva. There is nothing apart from me, not the egoistic one. Mind saying, there is nothing apart from me, I am Shiva. That's the egoistic. This is the realization of the ultimate truth, which says, there's nothing, I am the Supreme Brahman, I am the Creator, I am the God, I am the Paramatman, everything. Then that realization comes in. He says, that person is a real Mukta, one who has attained that liberation. And that the one following conflicting paths is in bondage. Anybody else who's following conflicting paths, any other paths, conflicting paths, remains in bondage. Only this one gets Mukta. Verse number 51. The day one is able to see oneself with his inner eye as not the body, all his desires vanish and he experiences perfect peace. This is very clear. 52 verse. He who is described in the scriptures as the unborn and Lord, I am He, the Atman, the Self, who is forever without form or qualities. There is absolutely no doubt about it. So he's saying the one who is being described in the scriptures as unborn, unmanifest, whatever you call it, the Lord, the Atman, the Self, who is without forever any qualities or form, nirguna, nirakara, I am that, he says. I am that means Shiva is not saying, he is replicating it, is replicating it for you also, where you also come to that state of awareness that I am that Atman, the Supreme One. There is absolutely no doubt about it, he says. Verse number 53, he says, I am pure awareness, immaculate, perfectly liberated, and forever present everywhere. Means I am Shashvat, eternal, Nitya. I am indeterminable. No one can grasp me or leave me. No one can catch me, no one can leave me. I am one without any form, without any attachment, devoid, that null. I am free from sorrow. I am always Brahmyam. Brahmamayam. Wow, beautiful word. Brahmamayam is the nature of the Brahman. I am always Brahmamayam. So he is giving a description of what that pure self is. Verse number 54, I am the self which is consciousness, absolute completeness, deathless, self-established, and which is other than this insentient body, limited between the top of the head and the sole of the foot, at which, beginning with the antakaranas, is bounded by the covering of the skin. Antakarana means these instruments called mind, intellect, ego. Mind, intellect, ego, and combined we call that as antakarana. So he's saying, I am self, the conscious. It's just a description of the state. Absolute completeness, deathless, self-established, which is nothing other than this insentient body limited between, which is other than. He's saying this being that I am, the pure consciousness is something other than this insentient body, which is limited from the top of the head to the toe, sole of the feet, which has a beginning, which is antakarana, the mind, ego. I'm not that. I'm devoid of all that. He says I'm the pure consciousness. And it has nothing to do with this antakarana, which is ego, mind, body, nothing. I'm none of these. And verse 55, thinking, I am Lord of all creation, moving or stationary, I remain as Father, Mother, and the Father's Father for the universe. Aspirants for mukti contemplate with concentration and ardor only upon me, who am that great Turiya state, the substratum of waking, dream, and sleep states. So he says, thinking as I am the Lord of all creation, moving or stationary, I am the King of everything, the Supreme of everything, moving or unmoving, inert or moving. I remain as the Father, Mother, Father's Father for the universe. And so it's an expression that he is giving. I am in all these kind of forms. And the aspirants for mukti contemplate with concentration upon me. All these desiring, earnest mumuktas actually they say contemplate only upon me. The Shiva consciousness is saying this. Who am that Turiya state? He says now this is that Turiya, I am that Turiya state itself. Turiya state means the waking, sleeping, and the dream state above this. Jagrita avastha, Nidra avastha, or Sushupti avastha, and the Swapna avastha. These are the three avasthas that we have. The one who transcends this is the Turiya avastha. The one who remains in that is the Turiya Tita. So he says, I am that Turiya. Well, I think a little more, I'll read it a little more quickly because I thought I'll continue it later, then there's no point. I'll have to make two videos. So I'll just continue. I can see some are getting tired, it's okay. Those who want to rejoin it back also, you can do it, the video will be available. But I'll complete this anyways. Verse number 56. I am the one who is worshipped through sacrifices and penance by all the celestial beings. So he says, I am the same one who's been worshipped by through so many sacrifices and karmakandas and rituals and penances by all the celestial beings also. I am the same one. Beginning from Brahma, the creator, the heavenly damsels. Damsels are the kanyas, the Swargaloka kanyas, Ramba, Menaka, and all that, who themselves sought after, who are themselves sought after. Those damsels also who are so much in demand, those people also, the humans, the yakshas, the gandharvas, the nagas, and other groups of superhuman beings, and also by many other, know that everyone worships only me. Shiva consciousness is saying that there's nothing else. All these beings, celestial beings, including humans and every other form, all are worshipping me. What is he saying? Somebody is worshipping Vishnu, somebody is worshipping Allah, somebody is worshipping Shakti as a Shakti, whatever form, Saguna, Nirguna, whatever you worship in this universe is none other than me, he says. They are worshipping me only, the one supreme consciousness. Verse 57. By many kinds of rare austerities and charities, everyone worships only me. By all those people who are doing rare tapasyas, austerities, charities, they are all worshipping me only. Know that this vast creation, moving or stationary, and all objects are nothing but me, the infinite one. Anything that you see, anything that anybody worships, anything that anybody does is all in me, the me itself, the infinite one. Verse number 58. I am not the gross body, nor I am the subtle body. I am not the stula sharira, I am not the sukshma sharira. I am not even the causal body. I am not even the karana sharira. I am the kinsman of this universe. I am the one who is of nature of transcendental knowledge. I am moreover the eternal one, the Lord, the taintless one, the one who is devoid of all the states, the three states, waking, dream, and sleep states, and the one who is devoid of the universe. So this is an expression of completeness. You do anything, you look anywhere, sense anywhere, touch anything, do anything, think anything. Everything is nothing other than the Shiva conscious, the pure supreme consciousness. Verse number 59. The beginless consciousness is unborn, whole and residing forever in its natural home of the heart cave, is without form, world, or impurity. It is beyond comparison and it is completely unattached. It cannot be comprehended by the mind, nor can be seen or felt by the senses. It is beyond the understanding of the mind. Who am I? the Supreme Consciousness, cannot be fathomed by the mind or the intellect, and nor it can be felt by any of these limited panchendriyas, the senses. He says, the beginless consciousness which is unborn, never a beginning, never an end, whole and residing forever, which is eternal, Shashvat, Nitya, is in its natural home cave, the self, without form, without any impurity. Verse number 60. Repeatedly see thus, I am He, the eternal, omniscient reality which is Brahman. Meditating thus for a long time, whoever abides imperturbably will become the Supreme Brahman, thereby attaining immortality. Means repeatedly, if somebody says, I am He, I am that, I am the eternal, omniscient Brahman, and if I am meditating for a long time on this, abiding without disturbance on this Supreme Brahman, he says that person will attain immortality. Verse 61. Having thus explained the nature of knowledge to enable everyone to attain liberation, which is always available, I shall now proceed to describe the ways of conduct to be adopted by the seekers. Noble lady, listen to them calmly. So here he begins another part of his essential. Probably it is the practice he is going to explain now. So Shiva says to Parvati, having till now explained the nature of knowledge to enable everyone to attain liberation, having given all this information till now, he says, which is always available. He always adds, this has always been available, but I have given you this knowledge. Now I shall proceed to describe the ways of conduct to be adopted by the seekers. What is the conduct to be adopted by the seekers of salvation? He says, noble lady, listen to them calmly. Listen to it, he says calmly. He is talking to his consort, that is Parvati. Poonam, but you are listening to this, that this is me, it's so blissful. Good. If you are in a state of awareness right now, if you are listening to this, it is more than just listening. That is the reason I am doing this session. I am not here dictating this. This is happening at a certain level of consciousness. So if you raise your consciousness and remain in awareness, this will just seep into your consciousness without doing anything. If you are just in the state of being, you will see it is penetrating into your consciousness. It is awakening this because this is always there. It is awakening. See, Shiva himself says, what beautifully he says, having thus explained the nature of knowledge and to enable everyone to attain liberation, which is always available. He adds that, which is always, it's always there. This wisdom is always there. If you tap into it. We are right now doing that. So from here he begins the code of conduct for the seekers. Verse number 62. O queen among women, he's addressing Devi. Know that bathing in holy waters, repeating holy names or word, mantras, performing daily homa, worship, other oblation in lustrous fire, or any other means or sadhana to be followed after great study are never required for him, the earnest aspirant seeking liberation. So, Shiva is telling to Parvati, know that all these things are not needed for the seekers of liberation. Means those who are following this Kala Jnana. What is not required? Bathing in holy waters, Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Narmada, Gangotri. Bathing in this is not needed. Repeating holy names or mantras or words and all, not needed. Performing daily homa, yagya, not needed. Any kind of worship, rituals, puja, archanas, not needed. Any kind of sadhanas or oblations done by any other means to be followed after a great study, to be done some practicals, not are never required for him, the earnest aspirant seeking liberation. Means all this is not needed for the sincere seeker of liberation. Now, the sincere seeker doesn't mean the one who knows about this, the one who's desiring liberation is not a sincere seeker yet. Sincere seeker means the one who is walking this path of awareness, the one who is practicing this and holding it steadfast. That is known as mumuksha. It is not just having the wisdom of this. Okay. 63 verse. Niyamas. Niyamas means the strict rules of conduct as to what to eat, when to eat, how to eat, what to wear, where to sit, and so on. The niyamas. This all comes under niyamas. He says all these niyamas, the worship of deities in sacred places, namarchanas, that is the worship of deities by reciting sacred names, pitru karmas, oblation, etc., carried out for the sake of forefathers to help them reach a high state, pilgrimage to holy places which have come forth on earth, and observances of great vows are all not for the earnest aspirant if deeply considered. Means he is rejecting, Shiva is rejecting even these strict code of conducts. See, it began is telling Devi, now I'll tell you the code of conduct for what is to be followed. And here he's telling the strict rules, code of conducts only should not be followed. The niyamas, the strict rules of conduct, such as what to eat, when to eat, how to eat, what to wear, where to sit, and so on, etc. All these niyamas which the world has proclaimed. ये ऐसे करना है, ऐसे जीना है, ऐसे रहना है, ऐसे नहीं करना, ऐसे नहीं करना, वो नहीं करना, यहाँ नहीं जाना. All the rules and conducts. How much to sleep, how much to eat, when to wear, where to wear, how to wear, where to sit, in which asanas to sit, sitting straight, sitting bent, all these niyamas, all the worship of deities in sacred places. Namarchanas means worship of the deities by reciting sacred names. Pitrukarmas, oblation to the forefathers and giving them mukti and trying to reach them to a state. Pilgrimage to holy places, all the tirthyatras, to holy pilgrimages. And observance of great vows, great sankalpas, great drid sankalpas, or taking a vow. I will fast for 30 days. I will not eat for 20 days. I will not sleep for 1 week. I will not drink water. All these vows, great observances, are not for the earnest aspirant if deeply considered. Is verse number 63. Verse number 64. He does not reap the fruit of actions, good or bad. He does not reap the fruit. Because there is no doership, there is no karma that is connected to him. The cause and effect is out of it. So he does not reap the fruit of actions of good or bad. Important dates, special observances zealously followed by the world are not for him. All these special dates and muhurats and all those things are not for him, which is followed by the world. He says, give up all actions and all kind of worldly codes of conducts. He says, give up all the actions and give up all this code of conducts. Verse number 65. Renounce completely all religious edicts and disciplines. Since all kind of actions result in bondage, give up all action plans. ये करना है, वो करना है, we will be doing all the plans. Mental conflicts, give up all the mental conflicts and attachment to one's caste duties. This is my dharma, this I have got to do it. हमारे इसमें रीति रिवाज ये है, हमको ये करना है, वो करना है. This is our how we observe things. Give up all that, including all the important dates, tithis, muhurats, special dates, inauspicious dates. Give up all that, he says. And he says, renounce all the religious edicts and disciplines that religions have provided. Since all kind of actions result only in bondage, give up all the action plan, mental conflicts, attachment to caste duties. Verse number 66. Even if the aspirant acquires many kinds of supernatural powers and magical powers, such as visualizing what is buried under the earth and can demonstrate to the world, he should give up the mental attachment to them. See, he's telling the powers there's nothing to worry about giving up the powers, but give up the mental attachment to those kind of powers. What kind of powers is that? Any supernatural powers, such as visualizing what is under the earth. Somebody can detect gold somewhere there, and then they demonstrate to give up all this. Verse number 67. All these powers are only bondages to the individual soul. Further, they drag one to follow a low path, adhogati. The supreme joy of liberation does not lie in any of them, but only in the infinite consciousness. So he is warning not to become adhogati into any of this by getting pulled through all these powers and siddhis, which will only drag you further down. Any kind of powers, any kind of after effects. If you observe all the great Mahatmas like Nityananda, Ramana, and Nisargadatta Maharaj, all these people had so much of power. They could do anything they wanted. But observe carefully, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, observe carefully, they never did anything for themselves. Bhagwan Nityananda, you see, he had arthritis and his body was twisted and he was shapeless. He had a big belly. He had all kind of ailments coming into him, and he had cataract by the end of. Imagine the person who's giving life to somebody, who's raising up the dead, making blind people see, and all those miracles, has cataract. They are not bothered about themselves. They don't do anything for them, though they have this power, because they don't acknowledge that whatever happens sahaj through them. They don't have a will to do something there. It happens to them spontaneously. Ramana had cancer, Ramakrishna had cancer. They never worked to do anything about it. They just allowed that thing. Allowed in the sense it never affected them. They were not in that state of consciousness, body consciousness. They were in that state. Nisargadatta Maharaj died a very normal death. If you see, you look at Nityananda, he never gave up like a Jiva Samadhi, nothing. Just a Maha Samadhi. Time came, he gave up his body just like a normal, ordinary man. Ramana's death was that way. Very normal. Powerful beings, but powerful beings. So that you can see, these people have literally followed what is there in this kind of text. Verse number 68. One must engage unfallingly in yoga, the practice of self-avoidance, in all conditions. Yoga means not the physical yoga, Hatha Yoga. Yoga means uniting your consciousness with the Param Supreme Consciousness. One must engage unfailingly in yoga in all conditions without allowing any special event to affect one adversely. Means consistently, whatever event comes, this no excuses. You have to practice this consistently. If if due to doubts, delusions arise in the form of attraction to the worship of in holy places and temples on account of past practice and vasanas, reject it immediately. See this powerful statement. He says, if certain kind of doubts come up, or delusions come up, or any illusion, fantasies, imagination come up in the form of attraction to the worship that you're doing in holy places, any kind of worship that you're doing in the temples, and some kind of infatuation, some kind of attachment, some kind of fantasy, mental delusion, something comes up like that, he says. And he says, on account of the past practices and vasana, because you have done it before. So it might come up, that bondage, that interest, that infatuation towards that, or it might come through your vasanas. He says, the moment that comes, he says, reject it immediately. Means even to that kind of practice. What is he trying to say here? No any kind of external practice. No external practice, only with the self. He says, if you are getting attracted in any holy places, temples and all that, you are doing some worship or some kind of hallucination, delusion, reject it immediately. Verse number 69. Listen to me, lady. Know that only the wise man who never does anything which leads to the destruction of any form of life, such as insects, worms, birds, and or plants, is a person who is seeking true knowledge. He says, listen to me, lady. Only the wise man, who is the one who is seeking true knowledge? He says, he is the one, the wise man, who does not do anything which leads to the destruction of any form of life. He will not do even ignorantly anything that will kill life, be it even insects, worms, birds, or plants also. He will not cause any harm to any form of life. He is the one who is seeking true knowledge. Verse number 70, he, the true aspirant, should not pull out tender roots of fragrant plants, which is often done for worship. See, he's abiding, he's saying, don't do that. Don't pull out any tender root of any fragrant plants. Fragrant plants means flowers, which is often done for worship. For worship also do not. And he says, one should not even pluck the leaves. He should not harm any living thing out of anger. He should not even heartlessly pluck even flowers. What he is trying to say is, any form of life you don't have the permission and the authority to destroy. You cannot even pull out the roots of any plants, pluck any leaves, or even pull out flowers, and mercilessly do that, heartlessly do that, because they all have consciousness. They are all alive. So Shiva consciousness says, I am in all of them. You shall not hurt anything even out of ignorance. This is one reason, if you see, Gurudev completely shunned the idea of taking flowers. So he just completely stopped this flowers and any kind of, he was strictly against plucking flowers or putting it on the stage, garlanding him, nothing. He just asked to stop that. He said, put live tulsi plants. And that is why in our practice also we see, whenever we pluck any plants, any leaves, like the tulsi plant also, we must offer a soft prayer to the plant that I am seeking this. It's like a permission that you take. It's not like rudely, because the plants have no, it cannot protect itself or it cannot give you bad words back. You do that to any other life, they will bash you, thrash you. But we do that to plants because they seem helpless, lifeless. No, they are full of life. They have the Shiva Tattva in them. So verse number 71 and 72, a little more left, I think just one more page. I'll finish this quickly. We have 85 verses. Verse number 71 and 72, he says, he should worship Lord Shiva using only flowers that have fallen naturally. Now, who's this Lord Shiva again? He's the same Tattva. He is not just meaning the one Shiva in the idol or the Shivalinga. It is any form of God that you're saying. If you have to worship, he says, use only flowers that have fallen naturally. He should not indulge in wild practices such as marana. Okay, these are all different. These are all the wrong practices. This all goes towards the black magic stuff. He's warning not to go into all this. He should not indulge in wild practices, that is, the black practices such as marana. Marana is something that causes destruction through mantras. You can kill somebody through mantras. These are practices are there, such kind of. So avoid marana, he says. Avoid uchatana. Uchatana is driving out the evil forces out of people and all that, driving one out with the force of mantras, or using the mantras to dislocate someone, move around. These are all black magic practices. And then he says the well-known stambhana. Stambhana is also a wild practice, a negative practice, freezing one's capacity, using some kind of a practice. You freeze somebody's mind, somebody's activities. That person cannot do anything. It's like a plant, vegetation. It's like that. That all these practices are there, and causing fever by putting into action evil spirits. This is all the driving evil forces, or getting someone possessed, or using all the negative entities, negative forces in the universe, claiming them, controlling them, the souls which are helpless, controlling those souls, taking power over them, making them do certain things. These are all the vile practices, he says. And causing agitation in others, wrongly taking control of others. This is Vashikarana, if you see. You actually possess somebody or control somebody's mind or make them attracted towards you, all that. Vashikarana, that is. So, wrongly taking control of others, attracting or infatuating others, attracting. This is all done involuntarily. Somebody doesn't like you, and then you do all these kind of practice, and then you develop an attraction in them and make them fall in love with you or make them infatuated towards you. All that, he says, all these vile practices, abandon the worship of stones, wooden objects and similar articles. So apart from, he's saying, apart from doing all the shunning all these kind of negative practices, he is warning, don't do it. And he also says, even abandon the stones, the wooden objects, and the similar articles which are the object of worship, means idol worship. No idols, no chitra, no image, no form, no yantras, nothing. No wooden objects, no this, what all they place, all that. All this, he says, is not for the seekers of truth. Aspirants of the self don't need all this, he says. Verse number 73. Having relinquished the great mudras which are adopted in order to fix the mind on the devatas, that is the deities, residing in holy places and temples, and the associated sacrifices, get rid of the vasanas also which may have accumulated on account of such practices in the past, and cling only to the self, the all pervading real consciousness. See, here he very clearly says, even having relinquished the great mudras which are adopted in order to fix the mind, the mudras also, he says, give up. He says, which is done in order, which is adopted in order to fix your mind on certain devatas or deities in holy places and temples. To fix your mind on that devata or that ishta or whatever, even the mudras should be given up. All the associated sacrifices that are done in those places, holy places, temples, should be given up. Get rid of the vasanas also, he says, which may have accumulated on the account of such practice from the past. From the past, if you have been doing it, some vasanas may have been accumulated. He says, get rid of that vasanas also and cling only and only to the self, the all-pervading real consciousness. Verse number 74. Maintain a neutral attitude towards all things. Do not get infatuated with anything. Maintain equanimity, whether in happiness or in suffering. Be the same to friends and enemies. Treat alike a broken piece of mud pot and a piece of gold. Equanimity means neutralness, no reaction to positive or negative. Be neutral. Neutral means there is no reaction to good nor bad. There is no raga, there is no dvesha, there is no attraction, there is no aversion, repulsion, nothing like that. He says, maintain a neutral attitude towards all things. Do not get infatuated with anything, nor get aversion towards anything. Maintain equanimity, whether in happiness or in suffering. In happiness also be neutral, in suffering also be neutral. Be the same to friends and be the same to enemies. Don't change your attitudes anywhere. Be yourself, what you are, the neutral one, non-reactive to either good or bad, either rejoicing on praises or uh, sulking on criticisms, praise and insult, indifferent, and treat alike a broken piece of mud pot and a piece of gold. A pot made of mud, piece of that for you should be equivalent to a piece of gold. There is no difference. Indifference, like how Bhagwan Nityananda said in Chidakasha Gita, the dog does not care whether you give it food in a golden vessel or a mudden pot. All that it is bothered about is eating the food. Its mind is on the food. It, whether you give it in gold or this, it will have no effect on the dog. So he says, be neutral. Verse number 75. Know that a flawless yogi is the one who does not ever allow himself to be swayed by desires for pleasures of the senses, who frees himself at heart from mamakara. Mamakara means treating things as mine, mera. Voala, mamakara. He frees himself from that. This is mine. Obsessive, possessiveness. Who has a steadfast mind, who is free from desires and fear, and who always revels in the self. He remains in the self. He is free from all the desires and all the fears. Especially here he is telling he is a flawless yogi who has not allowed himself to be swayed by any kind of desires of the pleasures of the senses. He is not swooned by that. He remains neutral, steadfast in the Sahaja Swarupa. who has freed himself from all kind of mamakara, the mind, ye mera, all connections with that. He's given up all that and who's always abiding in the self. He is a flawless yogi. I am not a flawless yogi yet, but there's so much to learn here. Yeah, it's again here. 76 verse. Being unaffected by either praise or slander, treating all alike creatures, all creatures alike. He should always unfailingly maintain an equality of vision, samadrishti, considering all living beings in the world as himself. Means equanimity, again samadrishti, having the same vision for everyone, no biasness, no unbiasedness, no judgments, no partiality, nothing. Everybody is treated as one. Even praise and insult is treating everything as one. Verse number 77. Avoid unnecessary arguments and worldly association. This I have constantly talked in my videos. Disconnect from as much worldly afflictions, associations. The Swami Anubhavananda used to always say one mood practice that seekers of liberation should do is disengage yourself from worldly affairs, worldly associations. Worldly associations means what? Not just worldly affairs and worldly people, but even those who live in worldliness, who are fully in samskara, dissociate with them, because your mind also will get polluted with that and you will get involved in the samsaras or the worldly stuff. So he says, have no, interfere into no worldly stuff, Swami Anubhavananda used to say. And here, give up both the words of abuse and the words of praise. Do, oh my, okay. So he says, avoid, in 77 he says, avoid unnecessary arguments. Arguments means which does not lead to any positive goal. Arguments is debates, fights, and the urge to prove one right and all that. Those are arguments actually, and that doesn't lead you anywhere. He says strictly avoid all unnecessary arguments and worldly associations, which I told. Do not create misunderstanding about the others. Do not become the karana. Do not become the reason of some misunderstanding in somebody's life. So stay away from that. And then he says, do not join religious bodies well versed in many scriptures or shastras. He says, do not join any kind of community or religious organization which are well versed in all these scriptures and shastras, which teach shastras. Give up both the words of abuse and words of praise. Means, do not slander anyone. Don't fall into even praise. Do not praise people or do not insult people. Do not hurt people. Do not even bring up, boost up them. चढ़ा के मत रखो उनको, praise मत करो. He says, stay away from both, give up these words of abuse and praise also. See, praise also he says. Most of the time we say don't abuse people, but you praise them, praise them. So you say you are good, you are look good, you did this, you are a nice person, you are a divine person, you are great, you are blah blah, you are flawless, you are pure, you are. It will not help anybody. Actually, it can be the reason for somebody's downfall because you might trigger the ego in somebody. Words of praise. And words of praise means nothing but people pleaser. You please people. Verse number 78. Gradually and completely get rid of jealousy, slander, pomp, passion, consequent hatred, desire, anger, fear, and sorrow. These emotions, he says, see, he has not say discard it immediately. He says gradually, but completely get rid of. Eventually get rid of. That should be a practice. What are those? Jealousy. Slander means abuse. Talking bad about, gossiping about somebody, negative. Pomp. Pomp means occurred. the way you dress, the way you speak, the way you show off, pomp. Passion. Passion is all kind of passions that you have, even through the senses. It can be all the attractions that you have, the strong passions that you have, even the strong cravings, desires, all passions. Consequent hatred, desire, anger, fear, and sorrow. He says, even give up sorrow, the brooding, the sorrowness, the depression, the hurt feeling, the gloominess. Give up all that. Verse number 79. If a man is free from all the pairs of opposites and lives in solitude established in himself, solitude means not living in a jungle. If a man is free from all the dualities, the raga, desha, good, bad, papa, punya, all these kind of stuff which is there, if he is free from that, and the one who lives in solitude, solitude means silence, the one who is always established in himself, the chitta, in silence, he gains perfect wisdom even while in the present body, and shines forth with great effulgence. Means such a person, even while in the body, still alive, he shall gain access to that perfect wisdom, and he'll shine forth with great effulgence. Verse number 80. Liberation is attained only by knowledge, that is jnana. By other powers like siddhis, such a fruit is unattainable. Why this is important? Because liberation, many paths talk, doing this tapasya, getting these powers, becoming immortal, becoming powerful, gaining this wisdom, gaining this knowledge, gaining this, all the vigor and valor and power and supremacy in spirituality, and reaching the heights of glory of this is all siddhis. These are all acquired through powers and benefits and gains and all that. He says liberation is only attained through jnana. This wisdom, kala jnana, this deep wisdom, understanding, awareness of this liberation is only possible through that. It is not possible through these paths of powers and siddhis. Such a fruit is unattainable, he says, by other powers and siddhis. However, aspirants become enchanted with blemishful worldly enjoyments and thaumarjutic powers, powerful powers, that is siddhis, and go after them with desire. He says, however, despite knowing all these things, aspirants can become enchanted with all the worldly enjoyments and the powers, and can go after them in deep desire. He's warning them, be careful. Verse number 81. Know that the pure, flawless person will experience that blemishless Lord, which is the Supreme Brahman, and positively attain liberation, whether attended by supernatural powers or not. So he says, know that the pure, flawless person, who is the pure, flawless, who has this pure wisdom and who practices it and who has established himself in that firmness. Know that such a pure, flawless person will experience that Supreme Brahman and positively attain liberation, whether attended by supernatural, whether he has supernatural powers or not, it will not matter. Liberation is guaranteed to such a person. Verse number 82. The body is a form constituted of the five elements, that is the Panchatattva, the earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The one all-pervading Shiva is also nicely seated there. Hence, the entire universe, right from the indivisible, all-pervading Shivam, which is the highest and the most abstract tattva or principle to this world, is the form of Shankara. So he's just again describing the body that is formed, with the Pancha Tattva, Pancha Bhutas, the Agni, the Prithvi, the Jala, the Vayu, and the Akasha. All these five elements which this body is formed. He's saying the all pervading, the consciousness which is pervading in everything, the Shiva, the Supreme Consciousness, is seated in these five tattvas also, which is there in the body. He is nicely seated there, he says. Hence, the entire universe Right from the indivisible, all pervading Shivam to this world is the form of Shankara. So, all that he is saying is everything is Shiva consciousness, including this tattva, all the other tattvas. Everything is him alone, which he describes as Shankara. Verse number 83 and 84. My dearest, earnest seekers who seek the enlightened one and worship him with all the three instruments. What are the three instruments? Mind, speech, and body. So he says, my dearest, earnest seekers who seek the enlightened one and worship him with all the three instruments, that is, mind, speech, and body, in unison, offering him with heart melting love, sweet smelling sandal paste, flowers, fruits, incense, good water to bathe in, clothes, and food will thus attain liberation. Know that those who worship that Jnani reap the fruit of his righteous deeds, and those who slander him shall reap the results of his sin. He is giving a beautiful message here. He says, my dearest, earnest seekers who see the enlightened one and worship, means if you see an enlightened master, an enlightened yogi, an enlightened avduta, one who is jivan mukta already, who is in that state, enlightened state at all time, if you see him and if you worship him with your mind, speech, and body, along with offering him your heart melting love, and all other things like sweet smelling sandal paste, fruits, flowers, essence, incense, and good water to bathe in, clothes, food, and all these things you offer with heart melting love will attain liberation. Know that those who worship such a Jnani reap the fruit of his righteous deed. Means those who are worshipping, those who are adoration, those who are in commune with such a being, a liberated being, such a Jnani, will automatically reap the fruits of the Jnani's righteous deeds, the punyas of his. And those who slander him will reap the results of his sin. Those who slander him, those who outcast him, those who put him down, or who insult him, or who do anything bad to such an enlightened being, will reap the results of the sins of that enlightenment. Whatever is negative in that prarabdha of that person, that comes to this, it's saying. Whatever good is there comes to the one who's worshipping and in adoration to that. This is, and the final verse, verse number 85. I have revealed the truth about knowledge and the conduct pertaining thereto, as you have asked. He is telling this to Parvati. This entire path is indeed Kalottara Jnana, the knowledge to be revealed at the final stage of maturity. Tell me, O lady, if you want to ask anything more. And the verse ends here. So the final verse that he says is, I have revealed the truth of knowledge, about the knowledge and the conduct of all this. So he has given the first half, he talked about the information and the knowledge and the wisdom of what is this jnana about, this Devi Kalotara. What is this about? This Kala Jnana, he has given information. And then the second half, he has given the conducts of what to do and what to not to do. How do you perform, how do you put into action all this, that he has given in the second half. So he says this entire path is indeed the Kalottara Jnana. This Jnana, Kalottara Jnana, which means, Kalottara Jnana means the knowledge that is to be revealed only at the final stage of maturity of the aspirant. When the aspirant is at the final stage of maturity, this jnana is given, Kalottara Jnana. So he says the entire path is indeed Kalottara Jnana, this path. And let me tell you, he says, tell me, he is asking, tell me, O lady, if you want to ask anything more. With this, he ends this Devi Kalottara, which is also known as the Kalottara Jnana. I bow in reference to, even being, I don't feel worthy enough to even talk about such a sacred and deep, higher scripture. But even having the opportunity to read it, I feel blessed. so much. And you all also joined in this beautiful session, which made us all sit in this little satsanga and enjoy this beautiful higher wisdom, higher truth of Lord Shiva himself, Devi Kalottra. Bhaiya, please don't try to rush wrap up because of time. No, actually, what happens is, as the end happens, emotions of gratitude in the eyes. That's good, Punamji. That's your bhava that is there. Bindurani ji, thank you for telling us that rituals are not needed. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Even I could not relate with it. All these years, I could not relate with not being able to do any rituals. So many things, but I was feeling something wrong. But only when I came to Ramana's text and then such kind of things, Updeshasaram especially, I was shocked and I was very happy, where Lord Shiva reveals himself that don't get caught up in karma kanda, go beyond it. It is there only for a certain purpose, for a certain need, but don't get simply stuck in that forever and ever. Go beyond it. He strictly says that. So I was so happy to say that. And most of the people are not acquainted with so much of ritualistic stuff and all that, especially the Westerners. That is why you can see most of the Westerners are there in Tirunamalai and following these kind of practice of the self, because they cannot identify with the rituals, worship, all this. And I told you, even in my earlier years also, bah, in my earlier years also, let me feel this. In my earlier years, when I used to go to Tirunamalai and I used to spend time there, I used to be hogging around the parikrama, Girivallam, running into the temple many times, worshipping and bowing and all that, and then climbing the hill up and down, meditating here, there. So much of activity was there, which I saw over a period of time still down. In the past 6 months I've been to Tirunamalai, I have hardly gone out of Ramanashram, especially if there is someone with me whom I have to show them, or I then take them around, and if someone is there with me, I take them around to the temples and all those things. But somehow I have lost interest in all that. Now I can relate to this. I say, oh, thank God this scripture has come into my hand. Otherwise, I would have gone into a certain kind of guilt what is happening. So Lord Shiva himself assures, because Arunachala is Lord Shiva himself, and that's the first Swarupa, and from there this wisdom is coming. So he's assuring that it's okay, it's okay, don't worry, it's all fine. So this is for people who cannot relate with too many of doings and this and that and all the external things, and who love to just settle down in that space and enjoy that. Anita ji, this path is so much easier and direct other than the effort that goes into japa and all other external efforts. Yeah, definitely. Certainly. I was talking to Anita ji the other day, and she was telling it's so simple now. Things are so simple, so easy, and so effortless, so flawless. And previously there was always this jitter, doing this, that, and still not able to settle down. Here you see that you're not doing anything and you're able to settle down. And that's that gratification that comes, that satisfaction that comes with this path being so simple. That's why I always say spirituality is very simple. We have complicated it, so many things of doing, alankrit karke, ornamental karke usko explode beyond kuch karke. And then that is why in one of the posts I had put, the comedy scene where uh, self-realization, you are digging up pits and then you create something in it, and you dig up big deep pits, and then you go down and you're down and you're digging, you have created a pit, and then you struggle to move out of that, and you come up the ladder, and then finally you're sitting sweating, I made it. Who asked you to get down there? Who asked you to dig that hole? That is what Ramana used to always say. Attain self-realization. What is attain self-realization? Is that some state that is apart from you? You are always realized. Only thing, the ego which is there outside, it's cocooning it. So you feel you are not realized. the other part, the ego consciousness. So that ego, now you have shifted your awareness into the ego consciousness, then you start doing, then you start to kill the ego, do that, do this, remove that, undoing all that things you do, and finally you say, I made it. Ramana says, why do you have to step out of that self? Invest your awareness not in anything other than the self and do all the dramas. Stay in the self, put the awareness in the self, and you will realize soon that I was always free, I was always mukta, I was always realized. Because my awareness is not in myself, I realize the world as something difficult, and then in that world is all this creation. Let us do this, let us do that. So it's so simple. So simple. And if you see today's uh, Devi Kalottara, what we read completely is that be rooted in the self only. Don't leave that and go outside and you need not do this, that. Shiva is telling Parvati, that is not needed, this is not needed, discard this, nothing. Direct path. Stay where you are in the Sahaja Swarupa. Isha ji, divine love and happiness always. Bless you, thank you. Stay blessed. Rekha ji, now we have known what all mistakes we are doing, but still confused. Why should you be confused? I mean, then the clarity, then you have not known. And I wouldn't call that a mistake. See, all this is needed. Until you have other paths, other things, you cannot appreciate this, because to come to this, you will need ladders. You cannot directly come to this state. I always said this. Bhagwan Ramana must have just in childhood left and sat in samadhi and trance, but you don't know his past lives. He has spent innumerable past life, maybe doing japas and tapas and all this. It has all happened in previous births, where he has matured to a level now he doesn't need it. That is why in this end of the scripture, Shiva is telling Devi Parvati, Jnana, what is that? Kalottara Jnana. This is indeed the Kalottara Jnana. What is Kalottara Jnana? The knowledge that is to be revealed only at the final stage of maturity. So Shiva is not advising this to the whole world. In the end, the last verse he is telling, this is only given to, revealed at the final state of maturity of the souls. So it is preserved. These kind of things are preserved. This is meant only for the few who have reached that. How do we know who are the few? You will come to know if you have interest in that. If you don't have interest in all the external things, and if you are more focused and love being centered in your own being, you are that mature one. You don't think you need this and that, and you can attain that stillness, that samadhi, long hours of meditation, that blissfulness, that cheerfulness, that silentness. If you can achieve that without doing all that, then you are in that mature state. But never believe you just reached it like this. No, you have done enough in your past lives. You have done all that, and even in this lifetime, there's so much of doings. I've been through so much of doings. It is all needed. Only then, when you do and finally exhaust yourself and say, okay. See, there was a time when my guru used to tell, there is no need to go to this pilgrimage, no need to go to so place and visit this place, that place. I used to understand that what he is saying from. I knew that he is talking from a very mature point of view, but it was not in my realization. So all the people who try to argue me, Gurudev is telling this, why are you doing this? I used to say, that is Gurudev's experience. But I know of my guru, once upon a time, he also traveled everywhere. He did lot of such things everywhere. He was a doer till he raised that signs of maturity, where he then declared, all this is not needed. He said, sit inside and you can go within anywhere. That is what even Bhagwan Nityananda says. If you want to roam, roam in the sacred space. But it will not be applicable to everybody, because everybody is not reached. So I could understand it intellectually, but it was not in my experience. So I said, no. Just because somebody tells me I cannot, I have to go through the experience. And I went through the years of experience of traveling, going here, there, until I slowly began realizing it's all within. but I knew it beforehand. But one is intellectual knowledge, the other is the experiential knowledge. So, whoever is ready for that, they will receive it. Whoever is not yet ready, let them have. So, the people who still want to go karma kanda, do this, there is no. Do it. But you are not interested in it. You have had it. You go and experience it, and you will also come to a state one day or the other you will realize nothing left in that. It's only the ego consciousness that makes us do all those things. One day it will realize, but till that realization happens, do it, experience it. That is even included in all the bhoga, giving up all the pleasures, giving up all the attainments, giving up everything in the world, the rasas, and just sitting dry. Oh, it is written in the scriptures, I cannot do anything. It's not going to help you. You go through the rasas, you go through the bhogas, you go through the experience, you go through the pleasures or whatever is there which you have not experienced, and you go to an extent, do it in total awareness until you experience that no, there is something more blissful than this. Then automatically your chitta will focus on that which is real. So it has to be a casual process of learning. Even if you know it beforehand, I told you, I knew it beforehand, my Gurudev had told, no need of going here. I knew it, but I wanted to experience it. And I experienced it. And as you casually experience, gradually experience it over a period of time, you know the real truth and you know the experience. That's when it merges together. And then you know you have had a complete experience. Today, I know the experience of what is it to have liquor, to have wine, to have whiskey, to have rum, to have brandy, to have scotch, to have champagne, to have fenny, to have gin. See, I know all the brands. I can name the brands also because once upon a time I've been through all this decades back. That time people told it's not good. I knew it's not good. Everybody knows it's not good, but you have to experience the good and bad out of it. Until you experience the extremes of pleasure and the pains in that, you will not know it. It has to sahaj go out of your system where there's an aversion to that. Today, even if I want to smell, I'll puke. Alcohol. That's the state. Body is rejected. It's had enough. Natural state. No force stuff. Same happens with other aspects also. Smoking. I can't touch a cigarette now. If I'll start coughing. Decades, more than 12 years, not touched cigarettes. But once upon a time, chain smoker. Needed experience. So I don't condemn my those. People tell, oh, you had been that. I respect all those experiences. Because once you have that experience, it is only then you can compare what it is to be a teetotaler. You cannot know the joy of being a teetotaler until you have done that. So people who give lectures, that is God. Then God damn, it's not good. Have you tried it? Have you tasted it? Have you been through addiction? Have you seen how difficult it is to come out of it? Anybody who is in any kind of addiction, it is easy to give gyan because you have not had that experience. It is like somebody who is not married giving an profound wisdom of marriage to somebody. What is courtship or what is family life and all that stuff. Is that possible? Without having experience, can anybody give that? Those who have an experience can talk about it because they know the difference and it's easier. That is why it is said, every saint has had a past and every sinner has a future. That is all the evolution is all about. We are talking about Bhagwan Ramana. We are talking about so many divine souls. You think they have not had a bad past? Like you and me, they were also like you and me once upon a time. All like you and me. All kind of tendencies, negative. They have been through that. So when they talk about it, they know what they are talking about. They know what is the difference. They can relate to the people who are stuck in all that. They will have compassion and mercy and kindness to those who are in that. So today, if I see somebody who's in addiction, my level of compassion will be different from the person who has never had a sip of alcohol or addiction of nicotine. That's how it goes. The same goes with all other experiences, spiritual experience. Now, non-veg, I eat if I have to. There are times where I eat mutton, long back, if I need it. If there is an urge, I will never put a niyama to it, code of conduct, what to eat, how to eat, when to eat. You saw that verse. No code of conduct, no rules, no disciplines. You go in the natural state, you understand in awareness, you experience that in awareness until it gradually fades out of your system. You are in no hurry. That is your tapas, that is your sadhana. That is what you do in real life, practical life. If you don't do this and if you start glorifying the practice and if you think you directly can jump, try doing it. You'll fall on your nose. I've done it. That is why most of the people suffer in spirituality. They are rigid rules. They have imposed things upon themselves. Taking a vow, applying a volition to them, taking a sankalpa very strongly, and saying that if I do this, I will get this. Try it. I've tried. I am always on the Sahaj Marga. Very, very gradually. I'm not in a hurry. That is why even if I have flaws, what did the scripture says? Gradually and eventually wipe out all what? Fear, desire, jealousy, hatred. Didn't you see? Passions. Why did Lord Shiva says, drop it immediately, it's not good for you? Did he say that? Why did he say gradually? Because you need an experience. That is what bhoga. You have taken this human body to witness it, to experience it. You cannot escape it. An escapist is not a spiritualist. An escapist is an escapist, one to escape. Without knowing that, if you escape something, tomorrow or day after, it will come and straighten right in front of you. Many people in my personal consultations, where the hell did this come from? I never had this thought, this pattern, this condition. Suddenly it has become an obstacle for me. Oh, you have been ignoring it. You have been suppressing it. You have been bypassing it, saying that this is not good. Let me not. Go through it. Go through it, but in awareness. Live through it in awareness. If you have to eat non-veg, eat in awareness. If you have to drink alcohol, drink in awareness. If you have to smoke, smoke in awareness. Any vasanas, do it in awareness. Do not shun it. My personal experiences. When you do it in awareness, you will see the quality of that going down slowly, 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 slowly. It will happen. So what you are doing is, you are giving a full experience of that to your system. You are not denying anything, but you are transcending that desire. You are not jumping over that desire. You are not eluding that desire. You are not suppressing. You are not bypassing. You are not dodging that desire. You are going through that desire, but in full awareness. I often talk about how Osho made one person quit smoking, chain smoker. The moment he experienced it, completeness, every smoke, every pull, every the smell, the taste, the touch, the feel, the joy, the emotions that came with it, every smoke silently, patiently, in awareness. When he did it, he could not take more than 2.5 puffs. He threw the cigarette. When he repeated this in two exercises, he quit cigarette. There was no urge. What happened? Completion given. That's the life of awareness. That's the power of awareness that you have. Anything that you have, do not touch. All these things that are mentioned. Live in through that with awareness. Awareness and the desire that you want to transcend it. That okay, this is not good for your system, okay, but no rigid rules. Many in this world try to impose guilt into you. I've seen that. Religion imposes guilt on you. This is wrong, ऐसा नहीं करना, ये पाप है, ये ठीक नहीं है, and all that stuff. Religions do that. People do that. Community do that. Cults do that. Society does that. Your own people does that. Oh, ये क्या खा रहे हो? Oh my God, not good. ये ठीक नहीं है, ये ठीक नहीं है, तुम्हारा spiritual. ये तमोगुण है, ये रजोगुण है, ये वो गुण है, ये गुण है. I know it is this gun or that gun, but I do it in awareness. I will never deny it. No rigidity, no rules imposed, no do's and don'ts. Live through it without guilt. And nobody can put guilt into my head. Because I know this science of how it, because I've worked on multiple things in my life already on that. And when I know, I have full conviction about how I'm handling it, I need not listen to the world trying to put fear into me, trying to put guilt into me. Because that guilt is coming from the society. They are living in that fear and guilt. They are, oh my God, oh, this is good, oh, this is bad. I have seen enlightened beings smoking, sitting with cigarette in this. Nisargdatta Maharaj, he gave all this, I am that, the whole book. You know how many BDs he smoked in that time? Every now and then he used to talk of such gyan in that state, exile. Every moment he had this BD. These things don't affect. It is where your chitta is, that all reflects. There are multiple factors to it. I can tell you people who have not smoked a single puff. I know of people who have died of lung cancer. And I know of people who have smoked all through their years, 90 years, still going, puffing and puffing, not an iota of health problem in their system. There are many factors, dear one. Don't just go blindly by one factor. That is why certain rules and this codes and conducts does not apply after a certain time. After Avduts, if you see, where are they? Formalities. Mukupudi Swami, who used to live in the compound where Sheshadri Swamigal's Jiva Samadhi is there. He used to be always with a broom and stick, and he used to snuff powder. Mukupudi means snuff. He used to pull packets. Open one packet, put it like this, and take it. Can you do that? You do a little bit, you'll sniff, and all your life, all your water will come out from your system. For hours, you'll one sniff. And he used to empty a full packet into his nose within minutes. So you could see all dirt, all that snuff here. Last time I was in Tiruvannamalai with my friend, we had gone to the Jiva Samadhi, to the Samadhi, Maha Samadhi of Mukupudi. They have kept Mukupudi there, the snuff there. As a respect for, because he used to have that. I've had twice his darshan there. He used to move around with a stick, enter the temples inside that space, and the murtis are there. He used to hit the deities with the broom and stick. Can anybody understand all that? Can anybody understand all that? What was he doing? Devi Kalottara. He was practicing this Kaladnyana, what we just read. All this is nothing to that state. One who is established in that state of consciousness, nothing applies. All this is null. Even the temples and deities and worship and mantras and tantras and yantras and this and that, gods and deities, and that state, we cannot do that. That state. But what are they doing? They are living this Kaladnyana and showing this is true. Only mature souls can understand what they do. The rest will say, what? Why is a mad guy? He's abusing the gods. And he used to abuse literally. Foul words on the murtis. Swami Samartha, my friend was telling, used to pee on the idols. Bhagwan Nityananda in Bhimeshwara temple in Ganeshpuri was once seen with his leg on the Shivalinga, standing with his leg on the Shivalinga. What is all that? That state of chitta, that state of consciousness beyond, that is beyond all these rules, adambars and all that. They are nothing, because everything is Shiva consciousness. In that state, there is nothing that is bad, there is nothing that is good. All dualities they have transcended. So where is a God and where is the evil for them? Where is respect for God and where there is hate or disrespect for a evil person? They will treat God as that only, and a foul man as they might give respect. You might even touch a criminal's feet. Deep, deep secrets these are all. All these avadutas live in this state. And I'm sure this is why the Lord Himself, who revealed this to Devi Parvati, deliberately sent these avadutas, because they are nothing but Shiva consciousness and they are walking Shivas. Who can identify them? And they do all these mysteries and nobody understands. Why are they like mad? Why are they roaming like mad? You see Toppiyamma when you see in Tiruvannamalai. We say so much. Oh, you have to be sacred. You have to apply turmeric or perfumes or essence oils, or put agarbattis, or bathe with sacred oils and perfumes, and wear neat clothes after your bath, and sit nicely in Padmasana in purity. After the bath, you feel so fresh and pure. Or you go and jump into the Ganga, Yamuna, Narmada, Gangotri, and sacred dip, and feel that you are enlightened and divine and everything. What can rivers, holy waters do to you? My Gurudev is to ask, if holy waters can give you liberation, where is that? Triveni Sangam, where the three mighty rivers merge, a confluence. They say if you take a dip there, you get moksha. So my Guru is to ask all the time, then why does the fishes in that place, confluence, not get moksha? Who has the guts to ask these kind of questions? The one who is established in the final truth. They know what is the truth. This is all adambars. We get caught up in this adambars through belief systems. Somebody else is doing it. A crowd, a herd is doing it. Follow that. What will you get? Nobody knows. If I ask somebody, what if you go into that river? What is happening to you? And what will happen to you? Nobody will have answers. Nobody can tell anything perfectly what will happen. They might say, oh, it's good, it's pure, it's God, you get karmas get cleansed. If I ask what is the science, how could karma? Nobody can talk about it. No, we don't know. Then why are you following? What are you doing if you don't know what you're doing? Oh, that, that herd or that community, those people used to do that kind of stuff. So I'm doing. So go and ask them, why are they doing? You'll have no answers from them. Why? They also don't know. If they go deep, they'll say, my ancestors, my earlier generation, my people did it, our religion people. So, based on beliefs, andhavishwas, superstition. I'm not saying they don't affect, they do affect. Like if you go to holy places, the energy is very contagious, very powerful, all that, it helps in, it was all there. But it has its limitation. It cannot grant you what you're seeking. Nothing external can grant you what you're seeking. For that, to grant that highest what you have, you got to get here. Swami Anubhavananda's verses in the morning today I shared in some other status. I didn't put it publicly because it's very offensive. See, these are the mystics who don't care, and they openly talk about it because they are established in that truth. He says, if you want to become healthy, go to a hospital. If you want to become mental, go to a temple. And if you want to become the truth, go within. So beautifully he said, all the same. Now I can say this because we have read this Devi Kalottara. It's very clear. Now I can say that. If you want to become healthy, go to a hospital. If you want to become mental, go to a temple. If you want to become one with the truth, go within. What is this? Same, Devi Kalotara. Jnana, Kala Jnana. What does it say? Abide in the self. There is nothing else apart from it. Nothing else apart from it. Nothing else is going to matter apart from it. So this is the essence of the whole chapter that we talked about today. It is nothing but abidance in the self. It's all in the self. So if we are seeker, mumukshus, for the ultimate jnana, ultimate truth, receiving of the ultimate truth, where is that space that you need to go? Here. When? Repeatedly. Till when? Till Atma Sakshatkar. Because you go in, you experience, you expand it. Go in, experience, expand it. This is how it goes. Okay, I hope you don't have any questions on this. Yeah, I was talking to Rekha ji. I was telling there is nothing called mistakes. These are not mistakes. These are all a part of our experiences, very much part of our experiences. So we learn from it, like I shared with you. Okay, I'm locking up this. Deepak Dattani ji clears so much of doubt. Feeling okay. So I actually did not hurry up, Poonam ji. This is actually I was just going fast because the conducts are very easy and simple. In the first part, it is very complicated language. I had to actually explain with all that. But here in the rest half, it did not happen. It was very simple codes of conducts which he is telling. Thank you, Jyoti ji. Thank you, Kanu ji. Chaitanyam speaks. Deepali ji, thank you. Mayurushi, thank you. Poonam ji, okay, thank you. Raja Lakshmi, Sanjay ji, okay. Fine. You can share this anytime that you want. It's always going to be here, even on the Facebook and on the YouTube. I'll make it public so that everybody can have it. So with this, I take your leave. Much divine love and light to all of you, and much gratitude for all of you being here. Gratitude to my Gurudev, the Guru Mandala, and all the divine beings who became instruments in this process. Stay blessed. Bye.